welcome along and welcome to this brand new series on the premium edition map Zielonka. We are going to be doing start from scratch on here. Originally I was going to do farm manager, but I looked at the field prices, I looked at what we can do starting off on the first day, and actually came to the conclusion we can do a really good start from scratch series on here. So that's what we're going to do. To give you an idea of what my difficulty settings are for this start from scratch, we're going on a normal economic difficulty. We have single day months at least to start, but with my series being about 24-25 episodes at the moment, 1 day months gives us 2 years, so that should be great. We've got crop destruction on, ploughing on, fieldstone on, lime on, and weeds on, so all of that is there. We've got the automatic engine start off. Otherwise, we've got the high fuel usage, and AI workers don't refuel anything, so we've got to do all of that ourselves. And yeah, it's all like that. Combine experience, we leave it at arcades and turn all of that off, because combine experience itself is a little bit extreme. So with that in mind, we are going to buy ourselves some farmland, and I want to concentrate very much on vegetables in this series. So the farm is going to be based in the base farm area. So this area here in farmland 45. So currently on field 52, we actually have potatoes. I don't know what the situation with them is. Let's have a look. Oh, they're almost grown. So I think we might do some potatoes in this series. If we're going to do root crop vegetables, we got to do potatoes as well. So those will also go into the production I want to buy today. So we will buy field 45. That is only 38,000, so that's perfect. Also, field 51 here has parsnips in it, so we're going to grab that as well. That is field ID 43, and those are ready to harvest today, so we'll be able to get started on those today. And then the other fields around, none of those really have anything we're interested in at the moment. I think 54 has sugar beet, but we're going to leave that. So with 433,868 left, let's have a look at what we can buy in the shop. And we're going to go immediately to the sales, because sometimes you get lucky and there's good things in the sales. And in fact, today is no different. I absolutely wanted to use one of the other tractors, one of the new tractors here, but this Massey Ferguson 7S, this is too good to pass up. How many hours does it have on it? It has 28 hours, so it's got a few on it. So what I think we need to do is maybe bump it up a little bit. 165 horsepower would be great. We've got the exclusive interior. I'm going to drop that to the efficient to save us a bit of cash. We've got a front mounting 3-point. I think that is the most expensive upgrade, but I think that's an important... Yeah, in fact, at the moment, that's not an important upgrade for us. So we'll take that off the front completely. The one thing I think I am probably going to want on... I'm umming and ahhing about it. Do you know what? While we're at this stage here, we will keep this nice and inexpensive. I think that is probably our best way to go. I am going to put a set of narrow tires on it because we're going to put this on a harvester almost straight away. And yep, that is perfect. And as normal, we will pick somebody at random from the producer level patrons to put on this number plate. And congratulations to Thefisherj. You have been selected at random from my patrons, and your name is going to be on the number plate for this tractor. So it does parse it a little bit weird, but there it is on the back. So let's get this purchase then. It's going to be 55,468. We will buy that. Yes, okay. And I'm going to need a harvester as well. So what we're going to do is we are going to get one of the harvesters. I don't think we can afford to buy any of these outright. It's going to cost a fair bit to lease this one. This is the double one that we'll also need to get a tractor and trailer for. In fact, I think based on this, our best bet is actually to go and lease this harvester for now. It is massively more expensive, but it is going to get the job done a little bit quicker. So we will not have manual discharge. We won't have GPS on it for now because we're not going to be driving it. Again, we need to set the license plate to another patron. So I'll go and pick another one at random. And this time, congratulations to Mark B747. You have been selected at random, and I'm going to put this on this way. So we'll go like that. And we are going to... Do you know what? I think I am... It's going to add so little to the cost of this thing. I am going to put GPS on and lease it. Whether we... No, in fact, I'm not, because we are always going to have this on a hired worker. There's no way I'm going to be doing anything other than that. So, yeah, we will lease this. It's going to cost us 6,000 per day to do that. I'm hoping to make more than that back in soup very easily. So, yes, perfect. We've leased that. And then to go with it, we're going to need a trailer as well. And you know what? The trailer I really like using with these harvesters is this cramp half pipe. It is a really nice trailer. It's not one of the cheaper ones at 36,000, but I don't think that's a huge problem for us right now. Yeah, it's 12,000 liters. That should do us fairly well. Let's grab this then, and we're gonna, as usual, I like to put the Michelin tires on. We want a chassis color of the black, and I think we're gonna go with the fully black trailer here. I really like this setup. And the license plate we need to put on here, of course, is Thefisherj to match our tractor. And then we will be able to have that all matching. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to buy that as well. And there we go. That is our equipment all grabbed. So we've got the big harvester. On a start from scratch, having a harvester this kind of size is a little bit mad. We've got the half pipe trailer and we've got the tractor. So let's go and hook everything up. So back here, I'm using the new Thrustmaster farm stick. It's really, really nice. Absolutely fantastic piece of kit. I've been using it for sort of 2-3 days now, and it's awesome. So having got that here, let's grab our harvester and get that started up as well. So this is going to be the biggest drain for us at the moment, this harvester. It's going to be expensive to keep, but with this sheer amount of vegetables I want to be doing, I think it's going to be our best bet as far as our harvester goes. I'm actually really, really pleased with this Massey. This is a great starting tractor for us. So little money for such a powerful tractor. Sort of 165 horsepower is brilliant. It's going to be able to do everything we want to do, and we can go straight out and do that. Potatoes are going to be an interesting one. They're not ready to harvest yet, so we'll be getting onto those in a future episode. They will also go into the production we're going to get today. So the idea very much is to get our farm started and get into the productions. We want to grab this field here as well. Before field 53 gets a crop in it, let's grab the field. So that is only 20,000. This is what I mean about this map being absolutely brilliant for start from scratch. I am able to grab lots of fields really early on. That mean I don't have an issue with getting equipment and getting set up. We're going to have to put a barn down in our farmyard today and do that. And yeah, I'm really warmed to the whole thing with doing productions early on. Getting a production, feeding stuff through that and going that way, which is why we are going to go down the production route on day one here. Let's start this up, lower it down, and then just get it into the crop a little bit and hire a worker. And then we can come alongside with this half pipe and set this up. We've got a very red and black setup on here. And the second tractor I've got my eye on, similarly as a red tractor, it is not one from this DLC. It's actually one from the Case DLC, the one that came out on Friday. Great little tractor, I think that is going to be to have around the yard, but we're not in the position to do that yet. And I can't believe I've got 3 fields. I've got a tractor, a trailer, and a harvester. Admittedly, a leased harvester, and we're going to soon have a production, and we're going to have over 100,000 less. We might even be able to reduce our loan today, but we'll see how it goes, because we do want to get stuff to be able to plant these crops, and we are going to have to get stuff to be able to go and sell our produce as well. So there's quite a lot of work ahead of us, but this already is off to a really good start. Good to wait at the end of the row for the harvester to completely empty. That way it'll move around. Part of the reason for going with the hired worker setup on here is it just makes things that little bit easier. It also means that in these episodes where we're normally going to be moving at 6 times, I've got it on 10 times at the moment, because for the first bit of this recording I forgot to set the time correctly. But yeah, we just want to keep the harvester moving as well as possible. We are driving on the crops a bit. Not a massive issue. There's no crop destruction on these crops, which I like very much, because there's no way we'd be able to harvest these otherwise. But this is going quite well, and we're already nearly 80% full. So we're going to get a lot of these trailers off this field. And that is a full trailer of parsnips. That's probably going to drop a few on the ground. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying. But now we can head off and we can start the next bit of my plan for this map. As we're going to go straight in and get a production that we can turn these parsnips into even more money. So here's where we're going to be taking all of our crops. It means we won't have to have any storage for them or anything like that. We can just come straight down to here and tip them into this production. What is this production, you might ask? Well, this is the wonderfully named Zup Super Factory. So we're going to purchase this. It's 135,000. I think that's a really good investment off the get-go. And in here we can make triple soup, which will make it from carrots, parsnips, and red beet. We can make carrot soup, parsnip soup, red beet soup, or potato soup. So this is perfect for our potatoes as well. I'm going to deactivate everything at the moment except for the parsnip soup, so we're going to make some of that. We don't need to put anything else in other than this, and then we can come back and tip this trailer full of parsnips. 12,000 liters of parsnips. This should make us 4,000 liters. Yeah, 4,000 liters of soup. Best price for parsnip soup seems to be £62. No, sorry. Seems to be 2,216 per 1,000 liters. We already have 28 liters and made £62. So this is great, because the best price we can get for parsnips, and if we divide this by 4, best price for parsnips is 313. So multiply that by 4. We're still only going to get 12,000. So this is going to double the amount of money we make from our parsnips, which is absolutely fantastic. I have a feeling if we wanted to make even more, then we'd make the triple soup. And I think that is probably going to be our aim for 12 months time on this map, is to have parsnips, red beets, and carrots in our crops so that we can start making the triple soup. Back up to the field, and with our harvester, pull underneath, and away we go again with our second trailer full. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of parsnips off this field, which is absolutely fantastic. Very, very happy about that. It's quite a little bit of a drive around, but I don't think that's going to be a huge problem. This could make us quite a decent amount of money, and I would be very, very happy for us to be making, well, with 12,000 liters, we are looking at, so 4,000 liters of 4,000 liters of soup every time. We know it's 2,000, so multiply. So we're looking at £8,000 for every run we do, every row and a half off this field. That is more than gonna pay for this harvester to have that leased. In fact, 2 loads off this field is easily gonna pay for hiring this harvester for a day. Time is just coming up to midday, and we've just dropped off our 4th load to the soup factory. So I'm coming back in under the harvester. That's a interesting bit there. Yeah, and then keep alongside it. It's going quite well. I think we're not quite halfway through the field. I think we're probably about a third of the way through, so it is slow going. And one of the things that I'm quite pleased about is that the fields here aren't massive, because yeah, for this series certainly we would be really pushing it to keep everything running and to keep everything coming in. However, because we're doing this through the soup and we're doing this way, we should still make a considerable amount of money off just this fairly small field. Vegetables seem to be pretty profitable, especially when you do something like putting them through a production like this. So yeah, I think we're going to be all right, especially as we still have 153,000 in hand. Yes, we still need to buy equipment to get all of this sown and turned around, but at the moment, this is the most positive start I think I've ever had to a series, with the amount of land I've got already, with the equipment I'm running, and with everything going. So yeah, this is a very good start for us here, I think. Actually, looking at this and looking at where we are in the field, I think this is the halfway point. I think our 5th trailer is going to be about halfway through this field. So yeah, we're going to get about 10 trailers in total off here. So that's 120,000 liters, which is about 40,000 liters of soup, which is 80,000 pounds off this field, if I'm right. That is a really good start off a single field. 3:15 in the afternoon, and we don't have that much of this field to go. Definitely looking like we're going to knock it out today. I think this is about load number 7, number 8. To be honest, at this point, I've a little bit lost count. It has been very, very successful working on here. Now, I think we have got precision farming running on this series as well. So when we do eventually come to sell the soup, we're expecting to have some bonus on there for our environmental score as well. What I do want to check is exactly how good this field is. So let's just bring this here, set the cruise control on. And yeah, at the moment we're not running precision farming, so I will enable that on here going forwards. It hasn't affected anything particularly today. We're not looking at a massive difference for that. But I do want to have precision farming on here. Precision farming to me is just a great mod, a great DLC. and adds that extra level of realism to it. So I've forgotten to add it onto here. We will get it added going forwards and make sure that we get the most out of our crops here. We're finally at the edge of the field and doing our second to last row. It looks like there's only 2 rows left for the final run on here. So this should all fit in this trailer. I've just taken load number 9 down to our factory, to the soup factory, and got that tipped out. Really pleased that we've managed to get this entire field done in a single day. It is 4:30. We are looking to turn around and probably put I want to put somewhere down to sleep, so a house of some sort tonight, and I also want to put a shed down somewhere for us to store our very expensive leased harvester here, along with our tractor. We're gonna have the potato field to do next time, I think, and we're gonna, well, we're not gonna look at turning this field around immediately, but we are going to need to turn it around at some point. So there's both of those, field 54 and field 50, which would be the other field in the area around our farm. I think neither of those are crops we can harvest at the moment. In fact, yeah, field 54, that is sugar beet. So we might take contracts on those if we can at some point. And field 50 is sugarcane. So both crops that I've not really done much of at all, I think that's sugarcane, that we can possibly go and have a go at. But I think in both cases there, we probably gonna have a go at them as contracts instead of actually for our own farm, and then maybe make enough of those contracts to grab both of those fields. I think we might end up with just the tiniest little bit left on this field. I mean, that is ridiculous. That is 100% with the tiniest row left. So what I'm going to do is head down. We'll get this tipped. Come pick up this last little bit. And then when we go and tip the last little bit into the soup factory, we will have a look at what or where we stand with that today. So there was just 302 litres left on that field, which, interestingly enough, I came and tipped at 97% full because I'd reached the end of a row, and it literally is that amount that we have. We've got a decent amount of soup here. We got 8,000 litres of soup there, plus another 1,247 litres there, 117 litres of parsnip. So we're going to get a really nice amount of parsnip soup out of here. Really great start to the day. We'll send that going overnight. Meanwhile, I'm going to head back up to the farm and we'll get our farmyard started. So we've got 138,000 in the bank. We went to about 1.4 hours with the harvester, so we have gone over an hour with that and been charged for that. But yeah, we need to get a shed down and we need to get somewhere to sleep overnight. And for both of those, I'm going to use something that is available in DLC. We'll head into the yard here and just park up our tractor. I've already bought the harvester back. The harvester's sitting over here. We've got quite a nice area here that's already concreted. So let's grab a shed. And we've got a few options here for sheds. We've got this for 27,000. I don't know if that will actually take our harvester. Let's measure it up against the front of the harvester. Oh, it might do. That's going to be close. That's just sort of measuring those doors against that. That is going to be a tight fit at best. There's this one for 30,000, which definitely won't fit our harvester. And then there's this one for 50,000, which definitely will. So I think we're going to start off with this one. have a nice big shed. Overlaps with another object. I don't know what object that would be overlapping with at the moment. Collides with player. Ah, right. What have we got over this corner here? We got me. So we'll move me out of the way and try again. Okay. Collides with, yeah, there we go. That's much better now. And if we can find a point here, is absolutely flat. Yep. So we'll place that down there. And that's actually a really nice looking modern barn. I like that a lot. That is going to do us very, very well. So let's get our harvester out of the way. Start that up and park that in there. That should fit on this side. I don't think we'll fit much else in there for now. It's also length, of course. That's the other thing that I'm not too sure about with these sheds is are they going to be long enough for us to put the harvester and everything in? Those wooden poles in the middle are a bit interesting. Oh yeah, we can go right back with this, I think. Right back. There we go. We'll turn that off and jump out. And then we can close that door. And on the other side, I'm just going to drive the tractor straight in. Be a good place to store our tractor and trailer overnight, just like this. We might be using this trailer tomorrow. We're going to see what we do with the potatoes. How are we going to harvest the potatoes? I'm going to have a long, hard think about that, because we may or may not get one of the bigger harvesters. If we don't get one of the bigger harvesters, we're going to have to get a small tractor to drag or to pull our trailer. The other thing we need to get tonight is a farmhouse. We've got a few options. We've got a lot of expensive options, but for 17,500, we can put in the old bus. And I think that can probably sit down, oh, maybe at the back of the barn somewhere. I'm going to shove it at the side of the barn until we can get a better place. There. We'll go with that for 17,500 and give ourselves just a rusty old... Actually, about, yeah, there's a kitchen and a bed and things in there. So that will do us for now. And yeah, there we go. That is where we're going to end for the day. We have potatoes to do next time. We've got lots of fields to start going, and we may even pick up some contracts to try and get the other fields next to us done. We've had a fairly rough night in the bus. That is not the most comfortable sleeping at all. I want to get a house built really as quickly as possible. As I said in the introduction, we have this field of potatoes here ready to harvest. We are going to have to go to the shop and grab a harvester. Thankfully, the shop is not too far away. And a quick trip across the road, and we're there. I do like the closeness of the shop to the main farm on this map. Let's have a look and see what we can pick up. Now, our tractor that we currently have has 165 horsepower. I'm hoping that's going to be enough to pull a trailed potato harvester, and it isn't. Okay, so that kind of ties our hands. We're not going to be able to lease any of these harvesters. We are going to, in fact, have to lease the much more expensive big Grimmy harvester. However, that should get things done quicker, and speed is of the essence today. So let's customize this. We're going to run this on a hired worker anyway, so pretty much none of this extra cost is needed. What we do need is to immediately head over and find somebody from the Patron, the producer level patrons, to go and put on our number plate. Congratulations to Dan Madgin. You have been selected at random, so we managed to actually fit your full name on the number plate. So okay to that, and we will lease this for today. It's gonna cost us 30,549. I'm not expecting it to cost any more than that. I mean, if we go over another work hour, that's going to be really expensive. So we'll grab this. And then we can head out over here and pick it up. And this is a beast of a machine. Now, this holds way more than our trailer ever will. It should mean that we can keep going all day and just keep taking loads off the trailer. We'll start her up and take her out to the field. And we'll get a hired worker going with this. Now, one thing I am going to have to watch with this, which we could do with the other crops, is if we drive over any of the crop with this, we are going to end up destroying crop. So we want to try and avoid at all costs doing that. So we'll line this up. This is not immediately going to need to empty like our vegetable harvester. And we can line this up. We will start it up, drop the header down, and actually I could do this first row myself, but I want to go and get my trailer ready to empty this as soon as it hits the end of the first row. Yeah, there we go. We've got potatoes coming in. I was worried it wasn't actually working then. Now our crab trailer here, this takes 12,600 liters. And I think that harvester holds double that. So we've kind of got the inverse of what I normally like from my harvesters, ending up with just this massive amount of stuff in the harvester. So we want to keep emptying this as much as possible. We also need to get our soup factory turned over to potato soup as quickly as possible today. September is actually the best price for soup. So for potato soup in particular, all the vegetable soups seem to be about March time, but this, yeah, we want these potatoes into there as quickly as possible. That is filling that up, and only 3,000 liters off the first row. So we're looking at around 4 rows per full tank off here. So we should be able to, 4 rows per full trailer. That is never going to give us a full tank doing 4 rows off here. This harvester is just way too big for that. So we'll see how close now my estimate of how full this trailer gets, or how quickly this trailer gets full. We are on to the the 4th row, our second one emptying, and we're almost full already. I want to pop out though and just check what happens when we get a full trailer. Lots of questions about what happened yesterday with crops coming out, and yeah, because it's not still emptying and because it has storage, the potato harvester of course isn't overloading and isn't loading stuff outside of the trailer. So I think I'm gonna have to do a bit more investigation with the whole, do we lose any vegetable crops when we get a full trailer? It's an interesting conundrum. So first full load of potatoes down to our soup factory, and I think we've got quite a lot of soup sitting outside at the moment. Let's bring this up here and tip it like that. Now, I am tempted to direct sell the potato soup from here because of how much soup we've got hanging around, and we do need to sell it today. We have a look in here, we can turn on the potato soup. This is a tough one because potato soup right now is worth 2,308. 2,380 is its maximum price, so it is still climbing and we still have time. 2,380. It goes down as low as 2,053, so we'll get an average price if we do a direct sell. And in fact, yeah, we are way above the maximum price as recording in the seasonal fluctuations. I think we need to get a forklift down here, clear these out, and start loading up potatoes. So what we'll do is we'll get these potato fields harvested. and then we'll come back here and sell off as much potato soup today as we can. We really want to get this turned around because we can make that much money off every 1,000 liters of soup, and that is immediately a huge amount of cash. In fact, should very quickly pay for the harvester, and as I said in the introduction, hopefully pay for a new tractor as well. The harvester is on its way back up the field. We might be able to just sneak in here and empty it before it hits the end of the row. I don't know. I don't think it's managed to make it there and back twice. So we'll see what comes in. It should allow us to empty at the end of the row. With any luck. No, it's going to keep going. No, it stopped. Perfect. So how full are we going to be? No. We are not far off a full trailer. We will just pop down the other end, pick up the rest, and then take our second load down to the processing factory, the soup factory. We should be able to keep this harvester going all day, which is going to make this whole thing so much quicker than our vegetables last time. Load 2 coming into our soup factory, and something that's amazing me at the moment is how little fuel we're using. We are on high fuel usage here, as you can see in our settings, and yeah, I'm very surprised by that our fuel usage isn't going down a lot faster. We have a look in our potato soup production. We currently have produced 210 liters of potato soup, so we've got a way to go yet before we've produced a load of potato soup. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make a huge amount today. I might end up having to borrow money to get that second tractor. I think that second tractor is going to be an important part of the farm and keeping things running. I don't really want to hold on to the potato soup for a year, though. But the price really doesn't reach its peak until September. So, yeah, this might be one of those long-term investments with the soup. It's such a pity that it happens so fast. And once again, we're back to the field as the harvester is coming back for this run. That is really useful. And considering that it must have been fuller the last time we left, I think this is going to be a full load off here this time. Are we in the right place? Yes, we are. Let's empty it out and see how we do. That is, yeah, that's very much looking like a full trailer straight off the field. Is it going to empty the harvester? It does. Or it just about does. I think the harvester has a minimal amount in it, which is perfect. Yeah, we want to keep that harvester as empty as possible while we're doing this carting. I don't know if I will continue to do potatoes beyond this first year. We're definitely not going to hold on to the harvester because holding this harvester along with the vegetable harvester is just going to be too expensive. Vegetable harvester already costs 6,000 per day out of our money, and I don't want this adding another 5,000 odd on top of that. So yeah, we wanna return this potato harvester after we're done here, but it all depends really on how profitable these potatoes are. If we end up with a massive amount more profit from the potatoes, it's worth hiring this harvester for a day and doing this. We end up with, I think it takes us maybe 3 loads to pay for the harvester, possibly. So yeah, it's quite a big outlay and quite a big expense on top. I don't know whether it's worth it. What I do want to know is whether you guys think it's worth it. Should we continue to do potatoes on here? We're going to be doing ridging and preparing the fields and everything. So yeah, should we do potatoes on here as well? Also, are there any other crops? We're very much concentrating on the vegetables, and my plan very much is to do mostly vegetables on here. But do you want to see me do anything else? Do you want me to see me mix some corn in there, or some wheat or barley or something like that as well, let us know in the comments. Always interested for everybody's feedback. I think we're probably only a couple of rows away from finishing this field, and with this being a full trailer, I think we're probably one full trailer away from finishing it as well. That's really good news. We're going to be able to go and move a load of the parsnip soup out of the way at the factory. That's not going to be sold till March, so it makes sense for us to hold on. We might even be wise to get a pallet storage facility down there so that we can actually put the pallets into there and then get them out when we want to. I think that might be really, really wise. I don't know if we can actually have any of the land down there, unfortunately. So we will have to have a look at that. We do have a really good amount of potatoes down here, though. I'm impressed with how many potatoes we've got off here. Let's tip these out. And then I want to have a look. What have we got? I don't know if we can place anything around here. So we're down here. If I go for what we can buy 97 and put a facility there. We can't buy anything else around us. Here we go. Bale and pallet storage, 29,000. Overlaps with another objects. Oh, we can. We've got the place anywhere on here. So I wonder, seeing as we own this, could we add... Oh, we can't add it to the existing facility. We'd have to put it like out here or something like that to use it. I don't know. I think it might be better for us to have it down at the farm. Total amount of potatoes we've got in here at the moment is 58,000, but we have processed about 1,000 of them. So we're actually going to have less potatoes out here than we had parsnips, interestingly. But it should still make us a nice wad of profit. And yeah, our harvester has got to the end of the field and finished work before we're able to get back. I wonder if it has a full trailer's worth of potatoes in here, or whether we are going to be short of a full trailer. Bring this around and under. He's not running, so I'll have to jump in, start it up and empty it out. It looks fairly full. And is this more potatoes than we can carry? In fact, I didn't see what the amount was, but I think we should be okay. Let's pop into reverse and just put this on the back. No, 2,020 liters extra sitting in our harvester. Well, let's turn it off so that we don't get any more work hours on it, because it is up to it's up to half. So that's fine, but yeah, we got to go and empty this, and then we got another 2,000 liters of that on top. We are definitely going to make a profit today. I don't think it's going to be a huge amount. I was just working things out. We need we need 60,000 liters of potatoes to make 20,000 liters of soup, which gives us 40,000 pounds, which makes today profitable. We have hit 70,000 liters, so yeah, we are profitable. So we are absolutely fine with that harvester. We do need to return it though, otherwise it's just going to come too expensive. I'm pleased. I was worried for a little while that using that harvester was not going to be a profitable way to do things. Emptying out the last little bit into the trailer. We'll fold all this down because we're finished with it. In fact, I think we'll get this returned straight from the field here. We really do have no more use for our Greeny vendor. So easiest way to return this is here. I do wish this screen here showed how much this costs me per day and per work hour. The one piece of information that's missing from this screen. So we'll return this here. Yes. Okay. We're keeping our vegetable harvester, which is actually the more expensive of the two. And I'm going to go and tip this. We got 2,235 liters off our last load here. And so by midday, we are going to be tipping all of our potatoes into our factory and finishing this off. I'm wondering how many pallets of potatoes potato soup we've got. And oh, we're coming up to our first pallet. In fact, there is our first pallet of potato soup. It's slightly annoying because, yeah, we are at best going to get 2 pallets out today. We've got our parsnip soup. Actually, that is a really good value for the parsnip soup right now. It is only about £50 per 1,000 liters below the best price. If we have a look at parsnip soup, in fact, yes, parsnip soup. Wow. Okay. I thought parsnip soup was going to hit its best price in March. I think we have an interesting conundrum here in that we have no prices for any of this. So while we kind of think this is the best price, this could be the best price for parsnip soup right now. We have no idea what the rest of the year is going to be. This is a bug we've seen before, actually, in Farm Sim, where we've not had the prices elsewhere. So I think our best bet this afternoon then, seeing as we seem to have the best price for all of our soups at the moment, is to go and grab ourselves a trailer, a forklift, and start loading up as much of this soup as possible, selling it off and seeing if we can make enough money to get another tractor. Before doing that, we are going to need to repair our tractor, though. It is woefully in disrepair. Yeah, paint condition's awful, but the condition of it itself, 2,759. Also, I want to look at the possibility of putting the standard tires on it, because we've had the narrows running on it this whole time. I think for now we probably want to get the standard tires. Yes, okay, that's not going to cost us anything, which is brilliant. So I will get this back round the other side of the building, and having parked up, we will pop over to the shop and grab the bits we need. So we're going to need a trailer of some description. There is a trailer in this DLC. Yeah, this one. Can we get this? So that, wow, this is how much? With the bale trailer set up, it's 30,000. That is really expensive. It will hold a lot of pallets, that, though. Alternatively, there's the smaller Welga trailer, which I think is going to be a better choice for that. Bale trailer, the BKT wheels on it. Thefisherj on the number plate, as that is on our main tractor at the moment. So there we go. And okay, and we can afford that. We can buy that. So buy that. Yes. Okay. I also then want to get this, the WIFO HMZ 343,000. This is a pallet fork that's a rear 3-hitch. It's only going to cost us 10,000. Yes, that is perfect as well. And these two will work together. Now, we are eating into the new tractor fund quite a bit. In fact, something I've realized is we've got to buy a lot of equipment soon. We're going to have to buy ourselves a ridger. We're going to need a plow or a subsoiler. Because we're doing root crops, they all require plowing after each year, or after each harvest. So we definitely need to get that. We also need to get a planter as well. That should be all we need in order to get this, to get our vegetables for next year sorted. So that in itself is going to be fairly expensive. looking in the vegetable technology, it's going to be 28,000 for the ridger. It's going to be 12,000 for the seeder, and a subsoiler that will actually go on our tractor. It's 250. So unless I can find a mod that's a bit better, we're looking at a 4-meter subsoiler. That's taking 10,000 as well. So we're looking at about 80,000 for our setup with those two. So quite a bit of expenditure to come. I think we're probably going to need somewhere in the region of 120,000 of this year's crop in order to make that. I think we might have it. We'll have a look when we get down there, but I think we might have it. I'm going to bring this trailer and just park it down the side here for now. Should be able to get this unhooked. Oh no, we have to do it from here. Now I just had a thought. This, we could do 2 of these in tandem. It would hold as much as that other trailer, and we would end up with just as much space. And that might be the better way to go. 2 of these dolly trailers, as much of a pain as they're going to be to back up, might be a better choice for this overall. We're going to reverse, unfold this. There we go. I keep having an issue with this, with the, well, in general, with the stuff unfolding on the back of this tractor. I don't know if it's an issue with the actual DLC or whether it's an issue with this tractor, but then this is a base game tractor, so not expecting that kind of issue with this. Ooh, let's go forwards. Yeah, forwards. Let's see if we can do double stacks. I think we could probably do quadruple stacks with this piece of kit, but it's a tough one. Right, let's get that right down and slowly pull off that. There we go. Oh, look at that. What a nice double stack that is. So back in and up. Yep. And then forwards. Yes. And then we immediately get another one following in. We could get triples on this. I think we very much could get triples on this. Right, line up on the front edge. We're going to get as many onto this trailer as we can. And down. In fact, we should be able to go 3 wide. And the way I'm going to do it is I am going to push them across. That is if I can get them on there in the first place. Oh, I'm going to have to now adjust that top one. This is going to be a lot of very careful maneuvering. I do like this piece of kit. It works very well. And part of it is my still current unfamiliarity with the sim task wheel. Sorry, the sim task, not wheel, the joystick. In that I am still trying to get myself used to where all the buttons are. But it looks like we're going to have a good amount of parsnip soup to sell today. So I need to get this trailer filled up, done, and we can go from there. But it turns out that you can actually take 4 pallets at a time. Just knock that one off. So let's just back this up a little bit. Yeah. You can take 4 pallets at a time if you're careful. Go back this right up to here and try and lift this all up. One of those things where getting backwards and forwards correctly is fine. But yeah, look at this. 4 pallets at a time. Absolutely perfect. Little bit of maneuvering about and things that makes it a little bit harder. But otherwise, I'm pretty happy. We have space for 3 3 more pallets at least on here, it actually gets quite a good amount of pallets on here. And I'm very, very pleased I didn't go and spend money for the extra for the bigger trailer, because if I had, they wouldn't have fit on here. So yeah, we've only got 2 stack left. So we'll come in here and do this. Now this is everything that was in here. So I think we have some potato cans along with some potato soup along with some parsnip soup in here, which is great. We'll get a nice spread out amount, and I think we're going to probably be doing this on a fairly regular basis to get all of our money in from cans. We won't know until a full year's gone past when is actually the best price. So it's possible that, yes, March is the best price for these cans. If so, we've got plenty of time to get this stuff processed and have lots of soup out. So there's plenty to go in here. Just trying to maneuver this so that we end up with a good stack, because we're going to have to push this stack onto the trailer. I'm probably going to put it in the middle, I think. Yeah, there we go. That is the best place. Forwards. So these do kind of sit where they won't go any lower than they can go. So they'll sit on top of stuff, which is really useful. Quite often you have big problems trying to get pallets and things where you're pressing down on them too much, whereas these are free moving and so much easier to stack pallets with. I absolutely love these forks. Now our problem here is going to be to get this so that it pushes these on and doesn't push the other ones off. I'm gonna go right down. That might have done it. Nope, that hasn't. So put it down. Forwards. Yeah, there we go. That way our forks aren't sticking out. We've got to be careful of how far off we're going on the other side. There, that should do it. So forwards away from that. Put this right down. There we go. And then forwards away from that. Yeah. And then we can get all of this strapped on. So I've actually managed to get all of that sups up soup on there without having done any of the without having done any of the straps up, which is fantastic. We also fitted all the soup we've got processed so far onto this trailer, so that is really good news as well. Attach this on. That is all attached in the right place. Right, let's go and get this sold. So like it was during our Silver Run series, it turns out the best place to sell these cans is going to be via the train. Not at this station here though. Oh, there goes the train. The train is currently going past. So yeah, we're going to want to hire that when we get up to the station at the top here. The one at the top here should have the platform we need to get the pallets loaded onto. 28,000 liters. This is going to be worth about 60. Well, actually, yeah, no, well over 70,000, I think. No, it's definitely going to be worth 60,000. Might be worth as much as 70,000. We'll see how we go. But yeah, really, really pleased. This is the station that we want over to the right here. And with the train having just gone past, we'll call it as soon as we get in. I need to slow down. We're a little bit overloaded here, and I want to avoid tipping my trailer over. But as I said on my map first look of here, it's quite nice because we come into the station here and we can just pop out and lease the train. So let's do that. Rent the train. It's gonna back up towards us now, and I want to back this trailer into a position that I can get it unloaded onto the train easily. So back it up. Always fun with the dolly trailer. And get it into position. Yeah, we only need it roughly in position. I don't need to do any really careful backing up. And then we want to disconnect the trailer, unfold our forks, and then by the time the train gets here, we will be able to start loading these boxes on. And knowing that we can load 4 boxes at a time, that is going to make everything so much simpler. Train is here and the flatbed is in position. That was a little bit close. I think we're going to have to reverse up this ramp to unload these. We've got enough reach though, thankfully, with the tractor. Look at that. That will definitely reach onto that trailer to unload them. Oh no, but it's not low enough. Oh, hang on. I know how we can get that low enough, because we have lifted this up. So we lower that down and drive straight off. Perfect. Right, that will do the trick. So we just need to do some more of that. Get the rest of these on to the train, and then we can send it off and get our money for today's crops. Final 2 pallets of soup. Get them onto the train. Down, we'll lower that. Yep, there we go. And reverse up a little bit more. Then drive forward and off. And lift everything up. Right, I want to fold that up so that we can connect this back up to our trailer. Then we'll be able to head back to our farm and get everything loaded up. This has been absolutely brilliant, this set of forks. Has allowed us to still keep basically a single tractor setup for this initial bit. And we got, yeah, strap all of these down as much as we can. Hopefully that will work. Now, can we return the train from here? Yep, return the rented train. So that will now head off. And we will shortly get our money for our soup, which is brilliant. Our first money is going to come in, and I'm very much hoping for sort of 70 odd grand from it, which will be very nice. We might be able to get a new tractor. We might also be able to get a plow or a subsoiler or something. There we go, 71,000. Yeah, brilliant. We're up to 71,000. That's perfect. I'm pretty sure we can get another tractor for that. So I'm down at the shop now because it's time to get the tractor I want, and I've been umming and erring about this a lot. I have not made quite as much money as I'd hoped. We are going to be selling off some more cans. We've got lots still going. I did consider getting the Case Farmall 1066 Hydro. Not a bad little tractor, a good classic, but we're going a little bit more modern in this series. So instead, from the same pack, I want to get the Farmall C series. Now, we can't quite afford it with the 3-point on, but we can afford it with the front weight. So we are going to do that. I did want to get more horsepower than 90 horsepower, but we don't have enough money for that. But 90 horsepower actually should be more than enough for what we're looking to do. We've not got a front loader attacher. We're not getting GPS. We do need to pick a person from the patrons at random. And the lucky person is ArkAngil. Thank you for your support. You have been selected to have your name on this, the number plate for our little tractor here. So there we go. And actually, that's parsed really well on the front there. Absolutely fantastic. So we are going to buy this tractor for 69,590. And this tractor now will become our little tractor that we load up all of our stuff with, take our stuff to sell with. This can also run things like the seeder. Our seeder won't require too much horsepower, so this is pretty perfect. So let's jump in, get us started up, and yeah, get it back to the farm. I am overjoyed actually to have this on here. It's taken all of our money, but it's going to be great. This is the pack this comes from is brilliant. So I am very, very happy to have this little tractor on our farm, doing the jobs that that I really could do with a smaller tractor for. It is going to be perfect. So let's park this up, turn her off, and yeah, that is us done for the day. Next time we are going to have to go and start plowing our fields. All of our 3 fields need plowing, ready to prepare for next year's crop. We will start looking at doing some ridging maybe, or we might jump forward and do that in March. Haven't quite decided yet. Let us know in the comments what you think. We should also keep selling some soup. We want to make a lot of money from that. In the meantime, I'm going to hunker down in the bus for another night and leave you guys here. We're starting off today very much where we finished off. We are in our little Pace Farmall tractor here. We've got the front loader, or the we've got the pallet loader on the back of it. What I'm going to do is head down here. We're going to load up all the soup we've got. Price still seems to be pretty high, although it is dropping a little bit. We've still got a lot of uncertainty around the price of our soup here. And I'm just not 100% sure when the best price is going to be. So I'm just going to keep trying to... detaching this is fun. There we go. I'm going to keep trying to sell it when the price is high as it develops. And hopefully we'll end up with just keeping a good price. We still need to be selling this though, in fact, to keep getting equipment. We are heading into winter. I think we're probably going to have not a lot to do on the farm over winter, so we'll probably skip forwards to around March time, start getting the ridging done. But I think we're going to end up with quite a big deficit in our money doing that. So ideally, I would like to get the crops, or to get the equipment we need before winter hits. We still have quite a bit of our parsnips and our potatoes to go through the production though. It's quite a large amount that's still sitting in there. So we should have a steady income over the winter. It's just a case of how much this price is going to drop over that time. And yeah, you can see in here we've got 68,000 litres of parsnips still to go and 53,000 litres of potatoes. So we're not going to be short of soup for quite a while. So plenty still to make off this. And we've got slightly less to sell today than we had yesterday. We only have 3 full stacks here. I did start off by doing these just as a single level stack. Whoa, in fact, yeah, look at that. That is why I need to, with this tractor, do these as a single level stack. We can actually put a bigger weight on here if we get a bigger, or if we get a 3-point and balance that out. But yeah, in the meantime, the most pallets we can really pick up in one go is going to be 2 at a time off here. Not the end of the world. Just means it takes a little bit longer for me to get the trailer filled up. But this tractor is a little bit more maneuverable, so is not a massive problem doing that. And with just 2 fewer, we should have plenty of money off here today. I'm going to be very happy, in fact, if we can make a decent amount off here and be able to get everything we need. In fact, as I was saying a minute ago, if we can get the extra equipment we need going into winter to sort of head off that massive deficit we're going to have come the new year, then I think we should be able to do it. I think we'll be all right. I think these forks are probably my favorite new implement in this DLC. They are so forgiving in what you can do, and as a result you end up being able to stack things so much easier with this than you would be able to otherwise. And if I can line myself up in cab, they're really nice to use as well, like this too. You know, I can get stuff into position because they are as forgiving as they are. You place them down as far as you can go, and then they are in position and work. Right, let's do that up. We will then head round, hook this back up. Before I hook this up, because sometimes things go wrong with this setup, we will get the trailer all lashed down and to get all the straps on. So out of here, let's just do that. Get that done. That done. Not the greatest bit of stacking, but not too bad. We can attach that there. Yeah, and making sure I attach it to this and not to the tractor is the important thing. So I have to get the positioning right for that. But with everything loaded up and no more pallets of soup there sitting, ready to go, we can head up to the train. We've got 24,000 litres in total, 12,000 litres of potato soup and 12,000 litres of parsnip soup. So that should mean we can make a decent amount of money to get this started. Should be about 48,000. I'm really hoping that's enough to get what we need, and maybe even if we have to do a couple of little upgrades to this new tractor here to make sure that it can actually do the work we need it to do as well. Once again, the train is going past us as we're trying to get up to the station. So thankfully, it shouldn't take too long to go back as long as we can catch it early enough. I'm just worried about how far I'll get. As long as it's not headed off to Erlengrad before we cool it, it won't have to go all the way around. But we are going to be trying to reach it somewhere near the top of the map here. And so we'll turn into the station across the railway line, which last time this had the barriers going up as we were coming in here. So the train is kind of long gone at this point. We want to line things up here. And we'll just, before we park up and line things up, we'll call the train. And that way, when the train is coming, we should be able... or by the time the train gets here, we should be able to just load it up and it not be too bad. Not bad to be doing this fairly early on in the morning. So we'll get this out the way, and then we can get back and we can get on with the job of actually farming. Although this dolly trailer backup, as always, is a bit interesting. That angle should be fine. Let's disconnect, and then we can prepare for the train's arrival and loading up. We'll start undoing these straps, and train has just pulled up. So all we'll do, jump into it, start the engine up, pull it forwards, and then we want to line it up with that ramp in the middle there, as we did last time. So give it a good little bit of speed and then slam on the brakes. A little bit more, and about there, I think. So is that about right? Yep, that's about right. So lift up. And away we go. So yeah, driving the tractor, looking backwards, I think is the easiest way to load these up. It's not a bad way of doing it at all. You can line everything up so nicely this way. Plus, it keeps the weight of these to the back. and that makes everything easier. Parking the trailer here, I've actually made things a little bit more difficult for myself. I've not been able to reach these items, so it's either move the trailer or try to access everything from this side. So I'm going for the try to access everything from this side. It's a little bit tight in places, but it's not going too badly. We'll see whether this works. So line this up. Try and get it in. I think we've got it. Yeah, we've got it. Good. Not the easiest of things to do. That last one I think is going to be especially difficult to get anywhere near. But this has worked fairly well. I'm quite pleased. We are still only picking up 2 at a time, which if you saw the beginning of this, you know that I kind of forgot that and tried to pick up 4, and thankfully only picked up 2 because of how we were loading it. So it's not too bad at all. Pull that out. Push these on a little bit. Yep. A little bit of care with the forks. And then, yeah, somehow I need to get myself in a position around the other side of this to reach those. That is not going to be easy. That's about a tractor's length that we have available to us there. So it's very much going to be get the tractor into position, raise the forks, and hope we can slide them in. No, I don't think this is going to be possible from here. So we have to move the trailer, and then we'll go from there. Maybe I can hook it to the front of the tractor, and then I don't have to go and reposition everything. So let's just bring this here. Yeah, look at that. Onto the front of the tractor. We can just pull this back a little bit here. Give ourselves a little bit more space to maneuver. And everything will work out fine. Yeah, there we go. Nice, easy access. And down and in. And this will get it all onto the train for us to be able to get that money and get started on the field work that we need to do today. That is perfect. I'm hoping giving this little tractor a little more isn't going to cost us very much. We really need, I think, maybe another 10 horsepower on it to do what we want to do today. There we are. Let's just get all of these strapped down. So 1, 2, if we've got these in the right place, we should have a strap for pretty much all of them. Yes, it's not great, but it's there. Now we can send the train off. 185 pounds to lease that. We will make a sight more than that from those, and hopefully be in the region of about 40,000 if we're lucky. Yeah, there we go. Wow, 42,000 in total once we got rid of that very expensive deficit that we had. So yeah, we're all good. Let's head back down to the farm and start sorting out our implements for farming today. Now that we're back down at the farm, I brought the Massey Ferguson down to the shop. We are going to get a subsoiler first. And I wanted to get away from the base game ones, the very flat ones, but still find one that would take, or that our 165 horsepower Massey Ferguson would take. So that rules out this Cavernum, which is 250. I did find, well, I thought I'd found 3 that would actually work. However, it's 210 horsepower for the Toronto 4 FX DWS. So that has ruled that out. So we'll choose between the AgriLift GRM ZNS for 14,500 and the CML Deco Plow Buy for 8,000. Now, if we'd made more money, I really would have liked to have gone with this. The full design of this at 17,300, would have been perfect for our farm. And I really, really like that. But we don't have that money at the moment. So it's going to have to be the Deco Plow, I think. Still a really, really nice subsoiler and should do the trick really nicely. It's only 150 horsepower as well, so 10 horsepower less. £8,000 should be perfect, so we are going to buy that. And then the other item we're going to need is a stone picker, because that subsoiler is bound to pull up a load of really big stones. We've only got 34,000 left, so that rules out everything other than the signature 7200, which is 100 horsepower. Now, I did go and look for some mods, but there was nothing. Everything was buckets and nothing like this. So we will pick up the signature. We are going to buy that as well for 25,000. That leaves us with 9,738. That is not enough for us to start getting other equipment for our farm, unfortunately. And in fact, I'm hoping it's going to be enough money to do a small upgrade to our farm wall, because at the moment, I don't think our farm wall can do this stone picker. I think we only have 90 horsepower and we could do with the extra 10. So we're going to have to give that a bit of an upgrade. Let's go take this first. We will lift this up and head down to the field. We'll get this running and then we'll bring the farm hall down here and see where we are. We're actually going to be doing some subsoiling on a field that is already prepared. Field 53 here. This is currently cultivated and actually ready for sowing. But if we have a look at our map, we can see at the moment that field 53 is in need of plowing. So we do need to do that. And we got stones on it as well. But yeah, all of these three fields are all going to need to be plowed. So if we line this up, and we set a hired worker off on here. Nope, it's not on the field. There we go. Try that. Hired worker is not detecting the field at the moment. Let's try it one more time. Otherwise, I'm going to have to set course play to do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set a new course. Course play is detecting it, so that's good news. We will actually go for 2 headlands to give it a little bit of space to maneuver. We want it to do the center first, and we want it to be sharp in the corners. That all looks good. Generate me a fieldwork course, starting in this corner, ending in this corner. Perfect. Close all of this down. And yeah, we can set this off from the first waypoint. That is really weird that this did not detect this as a field at all. I'm wondering if it was because I don't think there's anything on here that's not connected up. No, that all looks fine. So let's first waypoint on the blue, back it up a little bit more, and away it goes. Yeah, I think this was having a problem because as far as this was concerned, this is already cultivated and already done. Whereas, of course, it's not. We're doing this because we want it to deal with this ploughing situation. And yeah, there we go. It is clearing it away. It is also dragging up some really big stones. So I was fully expecting that. So while that's getting stuck into that, we're going to take this case and round to the workshop and see how much it'll cost us to put an extra 10 horsepower into it. I give the engine a bit of a tune, take it from a 90C up to a 100C. So customization on this, up to the 100 is only 5,000. It would be 10,000 to take it to 110 and give us a bit of breathing space. So we don't have enough for that. We can put, though, the 5,000 on. Front loader attacher is not what I want. What I want is... oh, yeah, here we go. Front weight. Oh, the 3-point would cost us nothing on the front of here now. because we put the front weight on. So, yeah, that might be a really good upgrade to do later on. We don't need it now. We'll leave it with the big weight on the front. But, yeah, definitely later on. That's going to be really useful. So, let's spend that 5,000. Okay. And that is now a 100C. Perfect. So, a little bit of extra oomph. We didn't have the money to do that yesterday. So we'll do it today, put a new engine in it, and now it will be capable of running this stone picker, which is what we need it to do. We're going to have to wait, though, until our other tractor has finished that first field in order to get that going. So, yeah, let's hook this up, take this down there. And then once that tractor's finished that field, we can get on with picking stones in it. And well, we're going to make a little bit of money from the stones. Not much. I don't think it's going to be worth much at all. One thing I should know is we're using precision farming on here. So at some point we are going to have to go and scan these fields because none of these are scanned. We are at 50% at the moment on all of them. So that's neutral as far as getting us extra cash. If we click on this, to purchase soil information is going to be 1,925. Service provider cost is going to be 825. So 825 and a 1,050. So that in total is going to be 2,000, roughly 2,600, I think. So to lease the Izaria Scout, that is going to be a heck of a lot cheaper. In fact, that will be the cost of one field. So while we're waiting for that other piece of kit to complete, I think we want to go and scan those fields, see if we can't get ahead of this and increase that, because we know we're going to need to do lime as well. So there's going to be that too, and I think we're gonna end up having to sell a lot of soup on a regular basis and bring the money in for that, but do it almost at the beginning of every day. In fact, I think what we might do is end up with a day where we just sell a lot of soup. Let me know in the comments, do you want to see me do that? Or should I sell the soup off camera and get the money in and we can go from there? For now, let's lease the Izaria Scout for 867. We should actually end up with a less expensive scan as well. So I'm hoping this is going to end up overall costing us less to do this way than it would if we were just buying the field information. It definitely will initially. We're going to be saving a lot of money just on the initial setup of doing this. But whether it'll save us money on the scans themselves, I don't know. Our scan radius is fairly big. I think it was basically about 10. So if we can keep this below that, that will work very nicely. Let's back this up slightly. I don't think I'm quite in the corner. Oh, no, I am. Wow. Yeah, that's a big overlap. Let's take this to the point where we've got no overlap. Or as minimal overlap as we can. Yeah, there we go. And do it. Sample 1 is taken. Right. Let's head across all these fields then. Get as many samples as we can. Well, get as few samples as we can, actually. And hopefully we'll place ourselves in good stead. It might even be worth taking samples from fields that we don't own yet. Oh wow, our circle actually covers this whole field. Yeah, I'm not going to take any more samples than I absolutely have to. This field's a little bit more annoying in that there's not... well, it doesn't quite reach to the edge, our sampler here. And getting it to this corner has meant that I've had to sample a huge chunk of the next door field. Don't think we've taken that many samples, though. I think we're fairly good on the amount we've done. We are basically driving over where we've subsoiled, though. Although, admittedly, it has worked fairly well. We've got some pretty big stones in this field now, though. Yeah, definitely going to be having to take the other piece of kit, the stone picker, over here. I like the idea, though, of using a stone picker with a ridger. That just makes more sense to me than trying to roll in the small stones to cover everything. So bring this in here, and in fact, if I can position this right, this might even be doable in 3, depending on how much of the top of this field this will cover. At the very edge of the circle, no, it is going to take 4. There's just no way to avoid it. And we will check this out after we've done this last sample up here. We can catch a little bit that seems to have been missed on the next field. But yeah, I can see a couple of little places where we've not quite got a sample and could really do with it. So there we go. That is our sample coverage. There's a tiny notch out of here. There's a small notch out of here. And the number of samples we've taken is 20. So that is going to be £2,000 to do that. I think the notch at the top, oh, how bad is that? Do you know what? I can live with both those notches. I think that will be fine. So let's send off the soil samples. So send soil samples off. Yes. And we'll see all our soil types. I think that was a lot cheaper than it would have cost us otherwise. If I look at this, it's purchase soil information. That would have been 1,100. That would have been 1,100. And that would have been 1,400. So it would have been 3.5. We saved ourselves a lot of money. Although, look at that soil. That is a huge section of silty clay through the middle of that. We've also got a whole load of sandy loam. Thankfully, we've got some nice loam running through the farm as well. So that might actually be okay for us. I think we might get away with this. But the important thing is that is going to increase our environmental score quite nicely. So we'll go return this. We don't need this for any longer, at least not until we buy another field. And yeah, we should be able to start picking up some stones in the very near future. The Matty is coming to the end of the subsoiling. And, well, the end of the subsoiling on field 53. Now, one question you might have is why, when I wasn't doing anything at this point, did I have a hired worker on courseplay do this field? And the simple answer is this field was very difficult to see. I couldn't see on here exactly where needed doing because it's going from a cultivated look to a cultivated look. The only difference is the size of the stones. So I needed a hired worker to do this so that it would get all of the field. We are going to run over it now with the stoner and get all these large stones picked up and hopefully make a little bit of money from them. Might even pay for having the hired worker on there. Meanwhile, we will set this going on the same. So to give it a little bit more turning around space, field 52, absolutely the same setup. It's going to start in the top corner up there and finish down here. So we'll bring it up the top, spin it around, and we can then set it going. It's only 3:30 in the afternoon, so that's really good. We might get this field knocked out today as well. Meanwhile, it's the moment of truth for our little farm all here. Is this going to be able to do this job and pick up these stones? I'm really hoping so. I really want to be able to do this job with this. So we'll turn it on, lower it down, and yeah, looks like adding that extra 10 HP is absolutely gonna let us pick up all of the stones off this field. So that had worried me a little bit, whether we'll be able to do this, but we can, and we've already got 19 liters in here. So we'll go down, we'll de-stone this field, and that will be ready for some riches. One way I've seen this de-stoner used, especially in real life, is just to go and collect up the stones, or the patches of stones around about. Now, normally, if we had a few little patches, that's probably the way I'd go and do it. But this field is so full of stones that I'm just going around and collecting everything. The more weight we get into this, the further across the field, the more it struggles. I am taking it down a few gears as I go up the field, but it's also getting more erratic. At times, this is definitely pushing the tractor rather than the tractor pulling the stone picker. The last few stones on this field, we've got a little clump down the bottom here. Most of the rest are on the edges, I think. We got a few bits around the edge, but otherwise I think we're fairly clear. 88% full, and this tractor is well, struggling. I am having to go wildly between 4H and 4L. Let's fold this in. I think that, yeah, has cleared the field. We've got field 52 to do next time. It may have struggled a little bit, but at the end of the day, we have managed to get up here to the debris crusher with a nice full trailer's worth. We can tip these here, and for 2,048 liters of stone, we get a whopping 173 liters of, 178 pounds with a 3-pound bonus for our environmental score. That has come nowhere near to paying for our hired worker today. So yeah, we're back down to running out of money again. We're gonna have to sell some more cans, so I'll get that done in a way, I think, that we won't take up too much of next time's episode, and instead we will look at what we can do to get the 2 remaining fields finished and prepared, and also maybe bring in a little bit of extra money. we have just, as you've seen, finished off our morning sales of the tin soup. So we sold a whole load of potato and parsnip soup. That has brought us in about 56,000, I think. We were about 1,200 or 1,500 in the red. So that has cleared our problem there. That'll allow us to get our 2 tractors working today on clearing fields and getting them prepared. I do want to try and get the equipment we're going to need to plant our crops in the new year today before we head into a long stint of not really much to do on the farm. We're gonna give the factory some time to produce some cans and bits like that. Let's go park this up, but we need to get both of pieces of equipment doing, or both our tractors working on getting the last 2 fields prepared. We managed to subsoil field 52 by the end of yesterday. Pause this here and disconnect. Yeah, trying to disconnect the right piece of equipment. So we'll get the destoner onto that today, and then we will get the subsoiler working on field 51. We might not have to use courseplay on either of these. It's very, very possible. Although I've got an idea for courseplay with the destoner that I want to give it a try. I'm also not expecting the destoner to end up full of this single field. I think it's going to just end up with a well, I think it's not quite going to be full off this. We didn't get full off field 53 yesterday, so I'd be surprised if we got full off this. And then in our shed over here should be our Massey ready to go with the subsoiler. Yeah, so that's all raring to go as well. We get these started up, and then we can look at getting a contract. I've got my eye on a couple of contracts. There's a couple that I think will do us very well. We'll see how far we get through them. Looks like we're heading for a much brighter day than we started off, which is great because that means our fields are going to dry off nicely. Oh yeah, you can see the mud on here. Look at that, how deep that is. We will get a course going. And same as before, so generate me that. It's going to start down the bottom corner, so I'm going to head down there. I can't remember whether I have the rain pane mod on here or not. We could really do with doing this today. It's not incredibly important. I mean, it's something that could wait till the new year if necessary, but this much wet is not great for us. A morning of wetness is going to make things so much more difficult. Let's send that going. And you know what? That's not doing too badly. That Massey seems to be able to handle that. But the question then is, can the farm do this field as well? We want to go around this field clockwise. I think we'll start with the headlands. So onto here. We will do 2 headlands first. I think we'll go smooth in the corners for now. Might be easier to handle with this piece of kit. We're going to go clockwise, and then field center I want it to do racetrack, because then it should always be turning the same way. Generate me a fieldwork course. That looks really interesting. I can't zoom in on it. But let's have a look here and actually get the whole thing out. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. I think that might end up getting it. We don't have a tool offset, so we will have to get this going from first waypoint and then get this to adjust as we go. Yeah, there's my tool offset. And wow, this tractor is struggling outside. That's really weird. I'm having to set the tool offset quite a way out in order to get it to go, and it's not handling it. Maybe, just maybe, we don't want to be doing courseplay on this. My hope was that by using course plane, we might be able to keep the tractor itself out of the field on this initial row. I don't think it's gonna have it though. I think it's just being difficult. So let's try. Is that gonna work? No, I want you further off. So we're gonna add a tool offset way out here, I think, and try that. Yeah, that is looking much better. It's weird that its tool offset is so off. But we want to get it so that it's picking up, yeah, about there. And that is a bit strange. So with both of those running, we now want to see if we can pick up a contract for today. Originally, I was going to try and take on 2. But with the amount of time it's taken us to get up and running today, it being midday already, I think just a single contract will be the best way to go. And I'm going to go with this one. This is red beet to our soup factory. So the excess red beet will go into there. It's only 267 to get the equipment. And it's got the 2-row harvester on it. We're not going to use our own harvester because that would cost more to do than this contract is worth. So let's borrow these items. And there we go. Everything coming in. We will get the Zetor crystal onto the harvester and the tractor, the John Deere onto the trailer. Should be a fairly good run on this, I think. Things are drying out now as well. The mud already has begun to harden up on our fields. Hook this up, and yeah, we need to head out to field 63. So maybe we can get this going in a convoy. The field 63 is down the bottom end of the map here, and I think just the other side of one of the sell points. Is this a main road we're crossing? No. Oh, in fact, yeah, it's just the other side of the heating plant. So not too difficult for us to get to. I think there's a farmyard down here, or certainly something like those lines. Yes, that is a chicken pen. So this looks like it's a placed farmland, which is really cool. So Giants Maps are also integrating this now, where we have pre-placed farmyards that you can buy, and you buy all the land with it. Or buy all the barns and everything with it. Really loving that. That is absolutely fantastic. Let's get course play running on this. So we want, I think, 4 headlands on this. Headlands first. Sharp in the corners. Clockwise, yeah, fits with this. Perfect. Let's get that generated. Looking like a great starting point where we are. First waypoint. And turn it onto the blue so we can see where it's going. And that will get that going. And we can just jump into here. Take the hired worker off. And move in alongside the harvester, which is now waiting for us. Ready to empty. I don't know how much this farm tech trailer takes. So that is going to be interesting on this contract. But we should get a decent amount of red beet off here. Not only money-wise from the contract, but also to make a little bit of red beet soup and get some more money from liquefying these vegetables. It seems the harvester is having a little bit of trouble getting around these corners. I don't know if it was the right choice to go with sharp in the corners. It certainly seems to be struggling a little bit with it. So I'm just going to bring it round and set it on it. Yeah, that should work there. Get it round the corner a bit, and then we can jump back into the John Deere. We are 20% full, just under 20% full off that single row. So this is going to be a few loads off here. I'm just hoping it's not too fiddly, because if it's too fiddly, this is going to have a lot of problems, especially with a creek like this that we've got to go down. This map is wonderful. So many little odd bits and pieces that present troubles for you, but I am liking it. It is working well. And yeah, bigger trailer might be nice. We might go and see how much more our own trailer holds and see if that handles this better, because yeah, that is a bigger, well, I'm not sure it is a bigger trailer actually. It only holds 13,000, and yeah, that's about the same as this trailer's holding. So I've reworked the position of the harvester and everything, and also what's happening on the headlands. So we've got smooth turns on the headlands now with the harvester, because it was just not making it round there. I've also adjusted exactly where the harvester sits. You can see here it missed the first headland, so I'm going to have to go back and get that later. But the trick here is trying to keep this tractor as close to this as possible and keep filling the trailer. It's not always easy, especially with that big dip there. I think that's a stream running off this field, and yeah, it does make for some interesting working, but it should mean that we are able to get the fourth headland done without too much trouble. We'll have to come back, I think, and do the other headland. In fact, I might send it round doing that before we go into doing the rest of the field. If I'm too fast, then trailer drops from out from under the harvester, and the whole thing stops moving. But we seem to be handling this okay. We're doing all right. We'll have a full trailer in a moment, our first full trailer off here, and then yeah, I think I'm going to send this round to try and get it to do the headland again. So that we just get this first headland picked up before we actually get into the main body of the field. First load into the super factory, and I don't expect this to actually go into the stuff that we have available. It's definitely going towards the contract, which is great news, but I have a feeling a while ago, yeah, it was changed so that contract crops don't go towards your own production chain, unfortunately. This is all running much smoother now as we come up to the end of the fourth headland. So what I'm going to do is just get to the end of this row here, and while that turns, just stop this here, bring this out. You can see the mess of lines that this is, and we're just going to run it around the headland, the top headland, just to try and clear all this up. Check where we're going. Yep, we're going in the right place, and this should clear up everything that's been missed on here to begin with. Bring it in. Yeah, there we are. I've also discovered that these seem to drop a load of crop when you pull under with the trailer now, if you've had a full trailer before. So I definitely don't think it's losing any crop. I had several comments saying the same. So yeah, looks like there is no loss of crop on a full trailer. I'm definitely getting crop falling into the trailer when I then next time come to unload. And our headlands are nearly cleaned up. We just got this one to go. So we've got to keep the tractor in the right place. Try and line up with that rear wheel and then pull alongside again. Seems to keep my trailer in about the right place. Only thing annoying about this 7810 is that it's very difficult to see through the window screen wiper. It is, well, it's sitting in a place where it blocks what's coming off the harvester and makes it very difficult to see. With Edland done, we will stop this here. We'll bring up the whole thing again. And I then want to place it back on the 4th one. This is where it gets interesting because we need to get this back onto that 4th headland. So if I line this up about here-ish, and we switch on to this version, this will tell me what I'm on. That actually is perfect. And I can line myself back up underneath here, empty into the trailer, get our wheels up the sides, and yeah, we'll get into the main body of the field now. Before I do that, our Massey Ferguson has finished. So that can go back to the yard, actually. Let's start her up and get her back to the yard. Don't know what's happened to our destoner. That looks like it's finished, but hasn't told me so. Nope, the destoner is still going. It's still got one more row to go by the looks of it. So once that sorts itself out and got rid of those, that'd be great. It's only 83% full, so it looks like it's struggling, but it's doing okay. This is our second trailer full of red beet, and I'm wondering how many more of these we're gonna have to deliver. It is a total of, okay, so we delivered 28,000, so that's 2 trailers loads. We've got 75 to go. That's probably another 6 trailers, I think. So yeah, there is still a fair amount to go on this. It's 4:05, coming up to 4:05. But now that I've got courseplay working and everything, I think we're going to be good. So with this having finished here, let's get this onto the other field. We should be fairly good for that. And yeah, we'll get all of the stones off this. In fact, actually, no, I need to fold this in and take it down and tip these stones out. Oh, this is the problem. We're running out of daylight and we've still got so much left to do. So we're at the rock crusher. Let's tip this up and empty it. I think I've got mounted on the rock crusher a little bit with my wheel. So we'll back that off. Another 173 pounds from that. So not a huge amount. Maybe we can get it doing the other field while we finish up this contract this evening. But bring this up to the corner of field 51 then and set ourselves up with a new courseplay course. Again, I'm going to go racetrack. I'm going to increase this to like 10 rows on it to give it an easier time turning. And generate. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. We've got the same offset as before. We'll put that on and away it goes. So hopefully that will be able to clear this off of stones before we finish tonight as well. Racetrack seems to be working quite well with this setup for this harvester as well. It's going round and we are slowly loading things up. We are less than a quarter, no, we're just over a quarter of the way through this. Yeah, 30% it says. One more of these trailers and we'll be about a third of the way through. It is quite a maneuver though at the end of this. So let's bring this round. And yeah, that should get into position. Although that looks like it's waiting to unload a little bit more. Yeah, it does that. Sometimes it holds a little bit and you need to get it unloaded before the whole thing will turn. There's a lot of maneuvering at the end and a lot of the time is wasted on this maneuvering. We're coming up on our third full trailer, but there's still quite a way to go on this red beet. So we're gonna have to continue on and work on it off camera. I think complete this and get it finished because it is getting quite dark here, and yeah, it's getting really hard to see what's going on. So I think I will get this finished off camera. We will see where we are. We're also probably going to move forward to the new year and start working on getting our crops planted next time. And yeah, we've not managed to get this harvest done and get our new pieces of equipment. So can this harvest get or can this contract get us to our new equipment? Unfortunately not. So next time we will be looking at seeing how much or soup we have to sell and how much we can sell, ready to finish off getting the remaining equipment for setting up on the farm next year. Today we are going to be finishing off our field preparations, getting everything working for that. Let's go into forwards, and we're going to be heading off over to the shop with this morning. Clear the door and head out. We've got 29,000 in the bank. I don't think that's going to be enough today to actually get both pieces of kit we need. Fortunately, our factory has finished processing all our vegetables, and we should have a whole load of soup to sell. Given that we've been spending a lot of time the last couple of videos doing that, selling stuff, we will go over that very, very quickly today. I want my focus to very much be getting these fields ready. And I've downloaded 3 mods that I think we can use as spreaders. We've got the lizard fertilizer spreader for 12,200. Unfortunately, looking at this, this will not be useful to us as a fertilizer spreader. The wheels are all just way too large and won't fit down our rows once we've done them. So that leaves us with the Kuhn Axis 402 and the Converland Exacta EL. I'm going to go with the Axis 402. It's slightly more expensive, but it holds between 1,400 and 3,200 liters, as opposed to the Converland's 700 to 1,000 liters. So this will be much more able for us to work with. We're not going to put an extension on it. We are going to add a cover, and at 1,700, I think that's actually a pretty good deal. We can always add transport wheels and anti-mud guards and things later. But I think at the moment, this is a nice, cheap setup. 17,000 means we're going to have 12,000 left. So let's buy that. And the other item we're going to need is under the vegetable technology, and it's this. It is this Grimmy Ridger, and it is 28,000. So we would have had enough before we had to buy that last piece of kit. We don't have enough now. The one other piece of kit we're going to need is this. We're going to need the Mini Air Nova Rigid. And that is going to be 12,500. So we are going to have to sell some stuff and get some more money in. But as I said, we won't spend too long doing that today. So back into our tractor, and we'll go and pick this up here. Oh, the other thing we need to do is get some lime. Now, I don't know if there is a lime purchase point on this map. Normally on the base game maps, there isn't. So we might have to pop back into the shop to get that quickly. In fact, that's probably going to be our quicker option. So I don't know if they do lime by the pallet here. Does not look like that's the case. So as a result, I'm going to have to get a pallet of it. And this is why I wanted a dispenser, because really we should be using a forklift to do this. And we don't have a forklift. Oh, we do have a forklift on our farm. We'll go and grab that with the other tractor. 2,000 liters of this lime, so a single pallet might just be enough to do what we want to do. And then if we grab our Massey Ferguson with our pallet forks on here, we'll be able to get this loaded up. So lower them down. And it's slightly weird using the bigger tractor on this, but I want to be using the small tractor for things like using the fertilizer spreader to spread lime and to spread the nitrogen when we need to eventually do that. Now we should have enough to fill this. I think we've got 1400 litre capacity in this spreader. Oh, we want to go and actually uncover that because that's the automatic cover. Let's uncover this. Oh, it won't let me do it from there. There we go. Uncover that and lower it down because we don't want that up there. I mean, we can reach it, but there's no point in having to go higher than I need to. And that then will put the lime in there. And should spread quite nicely the 1400 litres that it'll take. And with that filled up, we'll take this back to our farm on the back of this. And if we do need to refill, then we will be able to. I think this little spreader is going to work quite well on the back of this tractor. I'm really pleased that we've found a way to sort of use both our tractors equally. I don't know how much it's going to affect things when... Oh, how wide the spread on this is, I should say. So we'll pull in here and see how it is. And we've got a lot of weeds in our field. The weeds have sort of cropped up quite heavily over the winter. Turn it on. And, oh, that's a much wider spread than I was expecting. We should get this done in about 2 passes, I think. In fact, oh, wow. We may be able... Will this field do in 1 pass with this spreader? Not quite. And, oh, my lord, that did not last long at all. So, yeah, we are going to need a lot more of these bags of lime. So, looking at how far we got into that field, and it really wasn't very far... that's 1 bag of lime. I reckon 2, 3, 4 at least to get across most of that field. Then we're going to have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we're going to need like 11 bags of this. So, this holds 2,000 litres. How much does the big bag hold? Because we might be able to lift this high enough with that. So that's 350 for 2,000 litres. Okay, so let's go the maximum number of bags we can get with this. I'm hoping this will be wide enough to pick 2 bags of these up at once. And that, in fact, our tractor can handle it. We will find out very quickly, though. So I've widened out the forks here to see if I can get them to go on 2 big bags. They might be better off, though, going... Yeah, in fact, that should do it. That looks about the right width if we can get straight onto it. We can do 2 big bags at a time with these forks. That would be excellent. So let's line it up. We might have a better time of it. Ooh. Trying to do it in here like that. Okay, will this do 2 sets of them? It will just. That is excellent. So forwards. We do have a lot of weight on the back of this tractor now, though. So I need to be very careful while turning this. I'm wondering how big the wheelie we're doing is. Actually, not that bad. It wouldn't take much weight on the front of this, actually, to even things out, surprisingly. I'm quite pleased with that. That is working far better than I was expected to. Our little tractor wouldn't have been able to do this. So there is that. And these won't be able to go on here very far, but they will be able to go on there far enough for us to actually get them back to the farm. And we can take them off 2 at a time and fill our spreader that way. In fact, 8 of these, so I calculated 12 a minute ago, but that's 12 full sets of our spreader, which our spreader only takes 1400 liters. So I'm expecting these 8 big bags to pretty much cover what we need at this point. So bring this in beside here. I put the other 400 liters on, give ourselves a little bit of space, get in the right place to detach that. We seem to be using these forked a lot at the moment. They are a massively useful piece of kit on our farm. Oh, and look at that. The rain has started falling as well. Doesn't look like it's going to last too long. But yeah, it's going to make our fields a bit boggy. And I could really do without that right now. We want to get these fields done. And that is only going to make things more difficult. Let's back on. Lift these up. Forwards. And get the lime on here. Yeah, I'm not overly happy. That is a wet day. We could go and do stuff at the factory until it passes. But personally, I'd just like to get this lime cleared. How much is this going to bog us down? Not much at the moment. It is beginning to get deeper. So I'm going to just try and keep on a nice straight line here. We'll go as long as we can with this. Thankfully, it's not too bad and should hold up fairly well by the looks of things. My estimate doesn't seem to be that far off, but this is really beginning to get a bit muddy now. We want to take that to the end there. We are going to have some overlap as we come back up this field. Thankfully, we do have plenty of lime to apply here and be able to cover across our fields. I will move out a little bit as we come up to here. See if we can make the lime go a little bit further. We are spreading across the road as well. But that's not the end of the world. We are beginning to sink in quite a bit though. And that's beginning to worry me. It rains for too much longer and we won't be able to get this little tractor going through these fields. We'll be creating some fairly big ruts as we go, which is not a good thing for any of this. I do like the way I'm able to leave these big bags here and just plonk my the back of this under here. We've only got 400 liters in that, so that means that we can start the engine up on this again and just go and grab 2 more. Yeah, this is a really good system. We do have too many big bags is the only thing, and we've got no sell point for this lime, so we've got no way of using it, although long term we are looking at getting more fields, so we will have lime kicking about for that. We are way off. Said many times before, no depth perception in farm sim. Easiest way actually is to go in cab and line yourself up there. Is that got... Yep, that's got both of those. So we'll head forward. Someone did suggest that I pick up a Valtra with the reverse steer, which is not a bad shout actually. Although it tends to be the bigger Valtras and not the smaller ones that have the reverse steer. So that can... when you're using a small bit of kit like this, you're not really looking to use a massive Valtra. So, yeah, it's a little bit expensive to do it that way, in all honesty. That's filling that up nicely. So we will turn the engine off and pull this out from here. And yeah, oh, wow, we are going to need to put a fuel station down soon, because we are getting low on fuel in this little tractor at the moment. It's not a massive amount of pH that we need to raise this by. It's a fairly small amount, but then we have a fairly small amount that this spreader can carry, and lime is notorious for being used up fairly quickly in a spreader this size. I have used smaller spreaders with lime, and it just ends up taking forever because of all the back and forth you have to do in the same way as we're doing now. So open this up, reverse it in, and fill it up again like that. In that goes, and yeah, we are coming up to, I think we might have one more load that we can take off that, maybe two. So yeah, we're getting through the lime, but not as quickly as I estimated we were actually going to. This is actually not good. You can see we're slipping in the mud, and we're going down fairly quickly. The trouble is that we're still spreading the lime at the same rate. So we're losing the lime. The lime is going down, and we're ending up going through it a bit quicker. It's still putting the pH to where it should be because we're using precision farming, but I think even at that speed, it's still going through it fairly quickly. That's a little bit worrying. We might have to wait until this rain passes. So as we need to know when the rain's going to pass, it's going to be a couple of hours. I think our best bet is actually to fill this off here with the remains of this, cover it up, and we'll go and use the Massey while it's on these forks to go and empty our production and get that sold while we have a whole load of rain kicking about. So that is only filling off one bag, I think, at the moment. Yep, and it's not full. So we'll see if there's enough in the other bag to finish it off. And if there is, or if we can finish the other bag off, which would be really useful, then we'll go and use this to go and get the production stuff sold. Now that does mean we need to empty out or get all of these bags off here. I'll put them by the side of the shed, and then we'll come back. I'm gonna need a new storage shed if we're gonna store lime and stuff, or even a new lean-to. So yeah, we're gonna need to sort that out. But I'm not gonna spend too long doing this. Hopefully we can clear the rain and get back having sold some of our soup for a bit of profit, and maybe actually be able to afford the ridger once we got the lime spread. I estimate I've got about 18 pallets of soup here to load up. So I'm going to load them all up at once. We're not going to show every single pallet being loaded onto here. That should be a stack 3 high. So yeah, quite high stacks we're going to be putting on here. And it is certainly the best time of year for red beet soup. So I'm really quite happy about that we did that contract with red beet last time. And we've got 13,000 litres of parsnip soup. We got 2,500 litres of red beet soup. And we've got 7,900 litres of potato soup. So that equates to, of 2,000 litre pallets, that equates to 6 pallets, 1 pallet, and 3 pallets. So 6, 7, 10 pallets there, plus the 8 pallets we have kicking around out here. So yeah, 18 pallets in total. We'll load all of these up, and then we'll be able to get them sold again down at the railway, because that is the place that has the best price for these pallets. There we go. Get this in. If we can get one of our fields ridged today, that would be a victory, I think. We'll be able then to start planting next time on that self-same field. And of course, we shouldn't really have any more pallets to sell. What I am thinking of doing, and I want to know what your thoughts on this are, is possibly going and setting the remaining pallets to automatically sell. I might sell a few off screen after this, because we have got a few that are out and therefore are not actually available to do the straight up sell with. But I think, given how long it takes to do this, I don't think we have. Whoa! Oh, that's connected to the wrong bit. Oh, that's actually exploded off exactly where I could do with it being. But yeah, I think we're probably going to be better off doing these as direct selling. We won't make quite as much money, but we also won't take up quite so much time doing all of this transport up to here to sell it off. It'll sell off for more than the places that are available on this map, but it will sell for a little bit less than we're getting at the station. But given the time and effort, I'm just not sure this is worth it. However, we've made 79,714 from the products, plus an extra 917 in the environmental score. So we now have plenty of money to get both the Ridger and the Cedar. So back down to my farm, we'll drop the trailer off. I won't put any more big bags on here yet. We are going to need more. Let's go and put this trailer out the way. I am going to have to go and sell the rest of those soup cans off stream. I think we've done a lot of selling those, and it's not worth going back and forth on that. Let's disconnect that, unfold that, and we'll then be able to get a lot of those very quickly set up on here. Oh, we've got a single big bag here. How much does this have in it? Before I go and do that, it looks like it's pretty full, actually. It has a total of... Oh, it doesn't tell me. Doesn't tell me when I pick it up on the forks, unfortunately. It has 200 liters. So, yeah, that is not going to go very far. We're going to need to grab a couple more big bags before that will fill up the trailer again. But we'll put this in position, and then that will be ready for when we come back, having emptied the current one we've got here. Yeah, the ground seems to have dried out enough to actually get a good spread on here. That one didn't go very far because I was filling in patches we had elsewhere. It is doing the job now. We should be... Well, we've only got 4 big bags left. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how many we do have left at the end of this. We'll load this up with 2 more. That should do us for probably 3 loads on here. That's what I'm expecting at the moment. That should be about the right height, right position. Oh yeah, so much easier to use these forks in cab than it is trying to get your depth perception to work out of cab. It's yeah, it's just an easier job. Amazingly, it's looking like my estimation for how much lime I needed is pretty spot on. We're not quite gonna make it to the top corner here with this spread, so we're gonna have to go and fill up one more time, but we are on to our last 2 big bags of lime. I'm flummoxed by this. We have gone through so much of it today, and yeah, look at that. We've got 2 bags of lime. Before I go and actually empty it, how much is in each of these? So 1,300 and 1,200. So yeah, we're going to be left with less than a bag of lime. In fact, with 1,300 in one of them, I think we want to empty both of these as much as we can. Probably rebag them. We're not going to use all of this. So yeah, let's get the 1,200 litre one under here instead. So we'll back up to the one on our right hand side here and fill that up. So yeah, left hand side of the actual piece of kit. This should all fit in this spreader, and then when we empty it out afterwards, it will empty out into a single bag rather than emptying into multiples. And with the time coming up to 4 o'clock, that should be these fields properly limed and raring to go. So turn this on, and I don't want it to get it too much on the next field over if I can avoid it. Right, that should be everything. Let's have a quick look. Yep, we have a good spread of lime across all our fields. We've got a tiny bit missing there, but otherwise everything is great. How are our individual fields for their actual environmental score at the moment? Yeah, so 56 is okay because on 53, because when we plowed it or when we subsoiled it with it already being cultivated, so it hasn't given it a negative on that. These are at 52 because that bottom bar there in both cases is where we've subsoiled it and therefore done a massive amount of tillage to it. It will be really interesting to see if that changes when we ridge these fields. So I'm intrigued to see if we're going to continue to get that negative score from that. Otherwise, we seem to be doing fairly well on our environment score. We're above 50%, which is a good start. With this done, I think this needs to be placed over here. And we're going to need a new shed. We're going to need a new lean-to soon. We've got lots of equipment and none of it's undercover. So I want to do a new lean-to soon. We're also going to need a pressure washer because at the moment this is looking horrible. First, though, we're going to need to get some fuel for this. And some DEF as well. We're going to have to put in our own fuel tank and DEF tank somewhere around the farm. And yeah, really go from there. Something, for those of you who have watched this far into the video, I want to know what you guys want to see us expand to on this farm. We are going to have a really good second year, I think, on here based on how things are going. So I want to know, what do you guys want to see? What would be a great thing to expand this farm into once we got this second vegetable harvest done and we've got a good steady income coming from direct selling the soup? I'm really intrigued. Let me know in the comments down below. And yeah, let's go and get the other pieces of kit that we need to get our vegetables planted. So these are the things we wanted to buy last time and didn't get around to doing. What is that? Only requires 70 horsepower and is a 6-meter planter. I'm wondering if that is a better choice for us if we can afford it, which we might be able to. But actually, no, we got small fields at the moment. If we increase our fields, I think this planter here for 50,000 would be a better choice for us to go for. But we're not there. We're not worried about speed on that. So we're going to get the mini air Nova. Let's just check in here. What have we got in the shop? We've got 31,000 that we could get another tractor for. I don't think we need the Kubota. It would be about the same horsepower as our current smaller tractor. So yeah, as nice as this Kubota is, it's got 30 hours on it, and yeah, I'm not replacing my smaller tractor with that. So Let's head back to the vegetable technology. We definitely want this. We are not going to put the 3-point on the back. We can always add that later, but we will buy that now. Yes. And then, yeah, we're going to get the Caverneland Mini Air Nova Rigid to be our planter as well. That is really good because now, once we buy this, we've still got 49,000 left, and that means we can do some significant upgrades to our tractors. So what upgrades can we make to our tractors? Well, there are a couple of big ones that we can make to both of these. The first is I'm going to add GPS to my Massey. I think that is going to be really useful. So that's 15,000. I am also going to change the front mounting to a 3-point, which in fact won't cost me anything on this tractor. So that is absolutely fantastic. So we will customize this to that. That is going to be very useful going forward. And then our farm we want to similarly customize. What I want to do to that is we want to add GPS and the Isaria compact to that. That's going to be 29,000. And then I could possibly put a front loader attack or 3-point on this, which again would cost me nothing. Yeah, I think we want to do that. I think that is also a brilliant upgrade to this tractor. So this will now do all of our fertilizing stuff and do it accurately, which is great. We can take that on a little bit later. Yeah, it also means we've got GPS on both our tractors as well, which is perfect. That leaves us with just 4,373. Not a problem, because we are going to be doing some overnight sales of our remaining soup. So we're going to be topping things up. We still have a fair amount of soup sitting up at the factory. So we can get that sold overnight, get some extra money in, and give us a good position to be starting our seeding next time. We might need to put some care wheels on this tractor as well, and we will definitely need to get some fuel. So a big job for next time is probably going to be that upgrade. In fact, let's just go and put those care wheels on there now, because I don't think we've got them on here at the moment. So back round here to customize this, and we will get those on there as well. So customize Trelleborg. Do we get care wheels with the Michelins? Yes, we do. So we'll put those on. That's going to cost us 1,000. So that is absolutely fine. Yes. Okay. So yeah, I feel our tractors now are in really good shape. We're going to be able to get everything done we need to get done to get into this year's harvest. So as I said, let me know where you think we should expand, because we now have the ability to do it. And so the last thing I want to do today is, as promised at the start, let's get ridging our fields. And now we can do it with the GPS. So we will turn that on, and I want to bring this up here. Let's get GPS up. We will set it to A+ heading. So set A, and we'll set this to 90 degrees. So set that. We will auto width this, and we will enable the guidance steering. Turn it on. Pull us forward. Down it goes. And now we can start ridging this field and get some nice straight ridges. As we ridge this, there is one small problem that we hadn't considered. and I hadn't tested for, and that is, what if you ridge a field that is full of weeds and it looks like it has no effect? We are going to need a sprayer. We're gonna need something with a precision farming spot sprayer on it in order to clear these weeds. So I'm gonna be going and looking for that over the summer on here, and I hope we're gonna have enough money coming in to sort that, because otherwise we're gonna have a very big weed problem on our vegetable fields. Thinking about that a little more, actually, the weeds might disappear when we seed. We'll have to keep an eye on that, and we'll find out about that next time when we start seeding this field. But yeah, it's very possible that just seeding this field will get rid of those weeds. So I'm hopeful about that. I will have to see where that goes. All in all, though, this is doing well. I'm very, very pleased with the ridger. I am missing a ridge a little bit at the edge there, but that's okay. And down again. Yeah, look at how smooth this is. And with GPS, this is just an absolute breeze. The sun is setting behind the horizon now. We've got the lights on the tractor, and we have made it a really good distance through this field. You can see things are getting darker. I'm expecting to have this field finished and ready for us to start planting next time. So that'd be really good. We are fighting against the rain at the moment, and the big question is, are we going to get to the end of this field before the rain arrives, or is the rain going to put a stop to our ridging this evening? Well, the sun has long since set, but we are on our final row here on the field. This is what happens sometimes on the farm. You need to work until after the sunset to get everything done. I am very pleased, though. We are in a good position to start getting our vegetable crops in next time. We can get this tractor ridging our other fields, which will be absolutely great, while we take our small farm and get the first crop into this one. I think our first crop is probably going to be the parsnip, because the parsnip has an early or a shorter window than the carrots, but the same window as the red beet, but a shorter harvesting window. So we want to get those in as quickly as possible. We'll then follow that by the red beet, and then finally the carrots, which have both the longest seeding window and the longest harvesting window. So that should work out really well for us. So the first job I need to get going with is the ridges. And the reason why I talked about whether this will deal with the weeds is because I know that ridging the fields prevents weeds from actually growing. But I don't know if we'll be able to seed and those weeds will disappear. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set this off ridging this field here. There's definitely an order to my fields that I have to work them in order to keep things fairly good. We'll set a hired worker ridging this, but I need to go and buy a bag of, or a pallet of seeds. So we're going to go and pop across to the shop in a minute with the seeder and do that. I think we're going to have to use the forks to do it, though, because the amount of seed we're going to get isn't going to be very much. Let's set this off here with a hired worker then. And I think we are at the edge of the field, so that is the perfect start for that. And we do have a front 3-point on this little tractor now. So I've had a comment in one of the videos. You should put the front the bit here on the front of the tractor. Until last time, we did not have a front 3-point like this to actually do this with. And the other thing is that it's not great for traveling along the road to have this way. But I think that for us to go and grab some seeds and just get across the road, this will be fine. We'll be able to grab a single pallet, because one of the nice things about the vegetables on here is that they don't require many seeds. So I'm hoping a single pallet of seed bags should do this. And bring this over to here. I do love the position of the shop on here. The other thing we need to do is we're going to need to do something about fuel today as well. So 950, so that will be great. Yes, okay. Because I think both of our tractors, yeah, this one especially, are low on fuel. So I need to get some stuff for that. It's a difficult thing. If we can't deal with the weeds today by planting this, and that doesn't sort everything, then we are going to have to go and get a sprayer of some description. I have got one lined up, so we can have a look at that. But I'd really like to buy another field, and there's another field that is right where we want it, to be honest. So lift that up. Perfect, and we can just take this across the road like this. Put it down, and that will be absolutely perfect to get us started. And yeah, so as I was saying, I need to deal with this weed problem. I'm really hoping that by getting a seeder going on here, that is going to sort things. We will take those off like that, lift it up, fold these up, and then we can get rid of this and get some seeds into the back. Yeah, so if I can clear off the weeds and have those gone just by seeding our crops, we'll see how we do. Otherwise, it is going to be a need to purchase a sprayer with the spot spraying add-on on it, and then get rid of the weeds that way, which is a huge expense. I think it's like 65,000. And you might notice we are actually in the black today, and that is because early morning before we started, I went and sold off the remaining tins of soup that we had. Refill that if I'm on the right bit. Yeah, there we go. So we'll we got all the seeds sold and everything, and that worked really well. We'll refill the seeder. Yeah, look at that. Took a bag. This is why this is so great. And we'll have to spend a whole load of money and use this tractor for that, to be honest. This tractor will be great for doing that. But it is really a case of I don't want to spend that cash if I can avoid it. The new field, which is the other side of field 53 that the Ridger is doing, that would be just 22,000, so we can afford that field. But it just depends on whether we are actually able to avoid spending too much money elsewhere. As I said, we're going to have to put fuel in this. I want to set this up. Of course, we have GPS on this tractor now, which is great. So I want A+ heading. The heading is going to be 90. Set that. And then we will enable it, and we will auto width. And that should be perfect. Start it up. I had not got everything connected. Okay, let's try starting it up. There we are. And set course. Down we go. And away we go. And yeah, look at that. We are not getting rid of any of these weeds as we plant. So while it's giving me a stage of fertilization, well, no, it's not. I'm not even sure it's doing that, because we've got precision farming on. So we've got red beet going down there. It's not dealing with the weeds, and it's also not dealing with the nitrogen level either. So other than looking really nice, I'm not sure ridging these fields does anything, unless you ridge it before the weeds grow. Then I think you're probably in a better situation. So that is something we're going to have to test going forwards. Today, however, we are going to have to look at spraying these weeds off with a spot sprayer. As I come to the end of this row, we do have red on the fuel level of this tractor. So it's time for us to place a container. What do I want? We've either got a 5,000 litre tank or a 10,000 litre tank. It's 10,000 litre tank is 10,500. That's pretty expensive. I think we're probably going to put them... Ooh, where to put these? I think we probably want to put them over here by this tree. So that holds 15,000 litres. We've also got these. So I don't... do you know what? I don't think we need more than a 5,000 litre tank. So I'm going to do 2 5,000 litre tanks. We're going to have the standard one here. I don't want to put... Oh, actually, round the back of the shed. That is the best place to put these. So we'll put the standard one here. And then we are also going to have to spend 5,000 and get this one too. Yeah, there we go. And there. So this is our DEF tank. So that's our DEF tank. That is our fuel tank. And we'll head over here and refill both of them. Now, the fuel tank, I will put the full 5,000 litres in. It's going to cost us 6,800 to do that. Yes, okay. I'm now dipped below the amount of money I need for the other field. However, we've yet to borrow any money, so that's good. This is the AdBlue tank. I do not need to put more than probably about 1,000 litres of this in. So we'll buy just 1,000 litres of that. And then we'll turn off the engine on this because we want to fuel this. Now, I can't refuel the DEF, unfortunately, manually like this. I do want to have a look and see if there is a way to alter the mod that we've got that allows us to externally fuel like this, that will allow me to then do the DEF tank in the same way. Yeah, that only used 8 litres of fluid. Putting just 1,000 litres of DEF in there, absolutely the right way to go with that. I have no problem at all borrowing money to invest in land. I think that that is a very good way for us to go. It's when I'm borrowing money to buy lots of new equipment. I really want to try and avoid doing that if I possibly can. This is going to be by far the most expensive field we do as far as seeds go. The red beet uses it at about a rate of 3 to 4 times of that of the potato, of the parsnips and the carrots. I have noticed something through the process of seeding this field. We are getting fewer weeds. We're not getting rid of all of them, but lots of them are being knocked out. And it's not a specific size. I think that there's just some points at which the seeder is seeding through and taking out the weeds as they do. But in other places, it's just not causing that to happen. So we've got fewer weeds, but we're not completely getting rid of them. The plus side of that is that we are not going to have to spot spray quite so much as we would have to otherwise. The downside is that I've still got to spot spray. I've still got to lease a sprayer and get that onto there, which is just massively annoying. As I said, though, I don't think that next year we will need to do this. If we're quick enough in getting these turned around and quick enough at getting all of this done, then we shouldn't have this issue. The ridges seem to prevent more weeds growing. So we will we'll see what happens. But yeah, you can see there, we've got a lot less weeds out the back than we have out the front now. And part of them are being destroyed as we get through and seed this field. Just not enough of them are being destroyed as we get through and seed this field. Looks like we've not quite got enough seed to get halfway through this field. We are about to be empty. There we go. Not bad at all, though. That's got a decent weight. As I said, beetroot or the red beet are the most seed-intensive crop that we have of the three vegetables. And in this case, they have taken up a full 16 liters to get that far. Let's get these loaded up. I do have a little bit of a weird issue where I have to sometimes jump out the tractor to get it to refill with seeds and things. I've had to move around a bit, but eventually I've got it filled. That was really odd. It just did not want to fill the seeder. I don't quite know. I think there's a bug there somewhere. I will have to see if I can report that. But yeah, lots of problems refilling that, refilling anything actually from time to time. So not quite sure what is causing that problem. And just as we get back into seeding this, our other tractor has finished. So let's put this on a hired worker and away that goes. And we can start this up and go and move this. But this, as you can see as well, is also quite low. So I want to take it back to the farm and get it refilled. Lots and lots of lime all over this. The other thing I think we could probably do with buying is a nice pressure washer to start cleaning our equipment a bit. It's getting very dirty doing all this field work, and of course we are in need of giving it a good clean. Right, so tractor over to here. Should be able to place this here and get both, I think. Turn it off. See if it'll refill. Yeah, we can refill the Massey from here with that. And still going to have about 4,500 liters. So I think we'll be absolutely fine for a while. And then let's see if we can fill the DEF as well. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted. And with our seeder now going on that field, I think we'll leave the hired worker running that one. And we'll go and do a bit of riching for a while. Because, yeah, we haven't done a lot of that. We did that last time a bit. But we're going to be doing a lot of seeding today. And I would very much like to do a little bit of the riching too. Putting GPS on both these tractors is money very well spent. It is an absolute breeze to get this done now. And I think I said that last time because we had to go with this last time doing the ridging. And it did make it really easy last episode to do this. And it's the same with the planting. It's made things just so nice to do. And just going up and down these fields, so much more of a pleasurable job. And because of the older equipment I often use on series, I don't get to use GPS very often. So it is making much lighter work of everything on here. That is a very nice field of potatoes in field 54. And we know from last time that we easily made enough money off the potato soup to support a potato harvester. But to be honest, with the setup we have now, I'm kind of wondering if I could find a potato harvester that we could use on here that would run on this tractor. There must be a potato harvester mod, maybe. Oh, in fact, there's an entire potato harvesting pack that we could use for that. So yeah, it's also a request. So last video I asked those of you who were watching a little bit later exactly where you'd like to see me expand the farm. And yeah, the most popular reply was, let's do more potatoes. So I'm going to see if I can get a potato harvesting pack. We will probably get that field as it has potatoes in it and go from there. Maybe even somebody suggested getting the potato processing plant. And I think if we get enough money, that might be a really good way to go. The other way to do it is, so getting premium potatoes and that. The other way to do it is to get the crisp making factory, although we will need a source of oil in order to do that. As the farm expands, maybe that's the way to go. Maybe we want to be doing some canola or some sunflowers on here and do that. Or even, just maybe, we should get some sunflower contracts over harvest and see if we can use that and go that way with it. So yeah, plenty of options, lots of stuff we can do, and I think we might see where we go from there. But yeah, if we can keep an eye out for sunflower contracts, we might be able to get a few sunflowers together, get them processed for some oil. We could put our own windmill in and do that, process that, and go from there. The excess from the contracts, of course, then going towards us making some crisps, and again, using a new item that came about in this DLC. So as I'm about to start this row, our worker actually has run out of seeds for the red beet, so it's time to switch back. Let's set this off now with the hired worker then, and we'll jump back into this. Stop the engine and everything. So it's going to take 3 lots off here, but as I said before, we are not worried at all about running out of seeds here. With only 16 liters at a time, we've barely taken any bags off the top of this pile, let alone got anywhere near finishing it off. To my surprise, the hired workers stayed on pretty much the same route as the GPS. That's amazing. Normally, you set a hired worker going out on after you've been on GPS, and by the time you come to pick it up again like this, it is on completely different alignment. But this is almost perfect. In fact, yeah, it pretty much is. We filled in the previous line, and now we moved on to the next one, and we've got next to no overlap. I'm really happy about that, and now we should as well have enough seeds to finish this field off. So that's 16, 32, 48 liters, I think. Yeah, 48 liters of red beet has been enough to do this entire field. Final row of red beet, and we will then start moving on either to the carrots or the parsnips. I don't know which yet. We'll go and check when each of these should be ready, but that has got it. So let's have a look. Yeah, we've got no change at all to the nitrogen level, so we are going to have to increase the nitrogen on here. We also have a nice field full of red beet. Perfect. And then finally, I need to check on my crop calendar down here. And yeah, so red beet, they finish earlier. The other one we want to try and get in today is the parsnip, as they also have a smaller planting window and a smaller harvesting window. So yeah, we want to get those in too. And then that means we'll have our biggest field at the moment that we will be putting in the carrots. A quick trip back to the farm to just refill the seeds, because we only have 8 liters in here. I want to get it up to the full 16 if we can, and see if these will actually reload for me. Yep, there we go. That is so fast because it's so little. And then we'll head down to the field that has just been ridged over here at field 53. We will switch over to the parsnips. There we go. That's got the parsnips. Still needs to go and redo all of the button assignments between my wheel and my farm stick. I'm still not 100% sure what everything is, and there's definitely some overlap between what's on the wheel and what's on the farm stick, so I want to try and sort that out. We want to set a new course, so terrain plus heading, cardinal of 0, because we're going straight up, and guidance steering on, auto width it again, go back, turn everything on, drop it down, and away we go, planting the parsnips. With all the weeds from the bottom of the field there, it looked like we were heading up on a diagonal edge here, but we weren't. It really is straight, just that there's a lot of weeds that were in the way. It's really interesting. On this run, it was destroying every weed that was on the row. I mean, this field is so much clearer of weeds than our other ones were. And it's just, I think, where the weeds ended up landing on the field. Of course, as soon as I mentioned it, it stopped destroying the weeds. But yeah, look, there they go. Weeds destroyed. And I don't know the rhyme or reason to it, because this is not, we got care wheels on here. So the wheels should be not destroying anything. I don't mind that it's destroying the weeds, but it's a little bit weird how it's being very selective with it. Not that I'm complaining, it just means that we're going to use less herbicide later, but it's just really odd. The Matty has finished work, so let's just bring this up and get this turned around, and we'll set a hired worker again going on this. I am really struggling at the moment to work out whether ridging with precision farming is worth it. We know it doesn't raise the level of the nitrogen. We know it doesn't, when you turn it over and you do the ridging, it doesn't remove the weeds, which is odd to me. I mean, that is something I'd expect it to do. It seems to, in the base game, prevent weed growth. So we'll see if our weeds get any worse while our crops are growing. But yeah, beyond that, it's not, it doesn't seem worth it. The only other thing I could think it could do in precision farming is raise our environmental score, because our environmental score at the moment, this lower bar here, this is the tillage bar, and you can see in field 52 in field 52 and field 51, in both of them it's dropped to the bottom because we subsoiled those. Field 53, because it was already cultivated, it hasn't affected that. But yeah, I'm really hoping that now that these are seeded, we're gonna see an improvement in our tillage score on here, having done the ridges, because otherwise I'm really not sure what the value of ridging our vegetable crops in precision farming actually is. We'll get this back to the farm, and I think it might be time to get a pressure washer and deal with the state of this tractor. It is absolutely covered in lime, and yeah, that's not great for us. So I'm going to bring it over here. I think we can put a pressure washer probably down the side here. Yeah, this end here, next to where we've put the forks. So tools, and I've got my favorite pressure washer here. I think I don't. Okay, we've not put the Karcher pressure washer on a map for a while. I do have a style version that costs 3,000 less, but in this case I think we're going to go with the slightly bigger one. Overlaps with another object. Yeah, let's go V and place it there. It's flat land, and I'm not too worried. It was a little too close to me and a little too close to the forks, but in both cases should be fine. And I'm quite happy using some money to do that. We're quite a muddy farm here, so cleaning off our equipment is going to be a fairly important thing for us to do. I think we're going to have to store our vegetable harvester somewhere else eventually. We've got quite a... Well, it takes up quite a lot of space in here and cuts off a whole area on the far side of the barn because of the wooden vertical supports in the barn. There we go. Nice, clean, massy tractor. We can now put all of this away. And yeah, look at this. This is our array of equipment we have on here already. We got the flatbed trailer, which actually we may not have a use for anymore if we are going to be direct selling our soup. We got our cramp trailer. I've really wanted an excuse to use this for a very long time, and doing a vegetable farm is perfect for it. We've got our destoner, we've got our subsoiler, and yeah, we've got our ridger, which, as I said, I do not know the value of that at the moment. If you guys have come across a value for it in precision farming, please let me know, because I really don't know, or I really can't think of a reason at the moment to keep it around. That's a lot of money that we could be using to buy a field or do other stuff. And I think as we go along, we might find its value. I think eventually we may find, actually, if we're quick enough after subsoiling, that we go and do the ridging, that we can avoid getting any weeds on our fields at all. But certainly this year, we're going to have to expend extra money because we've got weeds everywhere. The rest of this field has gone fairly smoothly. We are now below halfway in our seed tanks on the back of here, but we are nowhere near going to use the entire amount of seed we have in this. So one of the nice things about the new crops in the premium edition is that they're really efficient for seeding. They take so few seeds to actually get in, which is great. It's a pity that we don't have a variable seed rate for them, so it doesn't matter what soil you're putting in or what soil you're putting them in. You don't have a variable seed rate for any of the new crops, so neither the red beet, the parsnips, or the carrots have a variable seed for it, which is a pity. It's one of those things where this is another update for Farm Sim that feels like precision farming hasn't been catered for in it. And it's a little bit odd. It's a massive free DLC available for the game, which is done in partnership with some pretty big groups in Europe, and they doesn't seem to have had any thought gone into how these new crops interact with it, which is a pity. I would very much like to see, like to have seen that happen. A lot of people, like myself, play with precision farming because it does add that next level of realism to everything. You know, you have to think about what land you're planting stuff in, what crops you're planting in what land, how much fertilizer it's going to use. Can you spread the fertilizer out a little bit, and you know, how can you apply things so it works in your best interests? And with these crops, it doesn't quite work like that, and there are new features here that have no effect in precision farming. It's a little bit like the grass rolling in with precision farming. Has no effect whatsoever to roll grass, to the point where where my recommendation now to anybody who's doing grass work with precision farming is I wouldn't waste the money in game getting a roller. there is no point. It doesn't actually do anything to your grass that improves things. And it seems to be a little bit the same with the ridges here. We will have a bit of a play around with them for longer. We've got lots more to do on this series as far as that goes. And next year, we will basically try and subsoil and then ridge immediately and see if that keeps the weeds off. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that that is probably the value of doing the ridging, is to get to prevent what we've had happen this year happen again. Yeah, I will be looking a bit more into that. A lot cheaper than a spot sprayer, yeah, I'm really hoping as well that it affects the tillage. We'll see once this is growing, but I would like to have seen that if you ridge it, that gets rid of the tillage issue. That would have been very good, because when you're doing root crops, you have no choice but to be plowing afterwards if you've got plowing turned on. So I would very, very much like to see that be the thing, that it'll help my tillage score, because otherwise doing root crops is always going to drag your environmental score down as well. So here's hoping that that's going to have an effect too. Coming up to the end of the field, and there we go. I think that's got it. Yep. So turn it off, lift it up, and we'll head back to the farm with this, because well, this needs a wash now as well. We got one more field to do with this tractor and this seeder, so we're not going to completely well, we're gonna leave it all linked up, but I think a wash down, considering it's been a day or so, and it'll unclog anything that's getting clogged up. And it'd be nice, actually. There was a theory once that cleaning your machine reduced the amount of wear, but I think that's been debunked at this point. I haven't done enough testing myself to absolutely make sure, but yeah, there was a theory that if a cleaner machine wears less. But yeah, I don't think that's really the case anymore, unfortunately. Give that a good wash down, and then this can go in the shed. But personally, I'm really pleased with today's progress. We have got 2 of our fields planted. We will refill this ready for next time, so that we know that we have a good amount of seed ready to go, and that we've got the carrots in it. So let's get the carrots ready, and then we'll back this up to here. That has refilled that, and then we'll go park this up in the shed. Yeah, nice clean tractor, really, really shiny. So with one field left to go, we might end up taking on a bit of contracting next time. We could do with pulling a little bit of extra cash in. We've only really got 2 months worth of money for the lease of this beast. And in fact, how much would it cost us to purchase this at this point? 563. So it is coming down. We're down by about 40,000 at this point on the actual purchase price. So that's good. That's still kicking around. We don't really have anything in the shop that would be useful to us. That is a standard weeder, so that won't do very much for us. Does plant canola, interestingly enough. So if we wanted just something that would plant some canola so we could get some oil, we could always go for something like that. But looking at the map, is that a field of sunflowers right beside that? That is. So we might want to try and take on the contract on field 32 right beside our farm, because, yeah, that's a field full of sunflowers. And that would be quite useful to us, I think. Otherwise, there's only one other field of sunflowers, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that contract if we're going to go that route. Otherwise, yeah, we got parsnips in field 50 as well, and that is how much? So that would be farmland ID 42. That is 24,000. 22,000 for field 47. So yeah, there's lots of options here, and I think we are doing really, really well for where we are. I'm very much interested in skipping ahead a little bit, but if we need to, while we're getting that field planted, field 51 planted next time, we might go and do a contract either with our Massey or with some equipment made available to us. That would be quite good, and maybe make a bit of money that way. But yeah, lots to go. We've got a few months yet before harvest kicks in, so we'll see how we go. So today we are gonna be, as I said, getting the last of our crops in. That is the carrots, and they are going into field 51. So we'll set this hired worker off there, and then I have a contract lined up that I want to take on. It is a silage baling contract, so it's a good old staple one. It'll give us the most money we can get from a contract at the moment. So let's line this up, and we can then get this working. So we have got carrots selected. There should be enough in this planter to do the whole field. So that is lined up and down and on the way. So we will jump out the tractor and let her get off and plant this field. We are going to have to fertilize these fields. So at the moment our pH value is perfect on here, but you can see where we've planted that the nitrogen level is awful. So at the moment I'm very torn. We know we're going to have to get a sprayer to deal with all these weeds at some point. I don't know whether to spray these fields or whether to use solid fertilizer. I think we'll have to have a look and see exactly which gives us more bang for the buck, because we're gonna have to, as I said, get a sprayer leased. We're never gonna have enough money to actually buy a sprayer outright. So we're gonna lease a sprayer with the spot spraying on it, and then it's a case of, do I use a sprayer on slightly older grown crops, or do we start and get fertilizer on the fields that we've got here and do it that way? But down to the shop now, and we're going to take on a contract from down here. And the contract in question is this one here. There are actually 3 baling contracts, and on the surface, the one for field 64 pays more. If I put the details on, you can see we could possibly make up to 7,400. Now, I think these numbers here are wrong, because baling contracts tend to pay better than this. And silage pails pay even better on top as well. So we are going to take this contract here. It also has a slightly smaller amount to actually lease the equipment. So we'll borrow the items for that. And just having a quick look over the rest of what's available. We've got a weeding contract, a ploughing contract, and several fertilizing contracts, all of which don't come anywhere near the kind of money we're expecting to make for this. The other great thing about the contract is this. We get this little reform, which I don't think I've used before. I think this has a fair amount of horsepower, though. Yeah, these little reforms come with 75 horsepower. So I don't think on this we're going to be able to do the thing I normally like to do, which is to run this on the front and this behind, because this baler actually requires 100 horsepower. I don't think this tractor has enough. So we are, as much as I would love to use this, I think we'll go and get the Massey and put this on. We might get the reform actually on this running behind and wrap bales that way. But yeah, I think our best bet is going to be mower on the front and baler on the back with our Massey. So we'll get this out of our shed and head over to the shop to hook all of that up. Don't mind using one of my own tractors for a job like this. It's pretty good. So I'm going to hook the mower up at the front first, and then we'll hook the baler up at the back like so, and we can head off up to the field, see how quickly we can get this all baled up. I don't think this field is very big, so I think we're going to have a fairly quick turnaround with this contract, which would be great because then we can always take on a second one. So field 78, which is our location for our contract, is this field here. Let's get around this corner. Fantastic. And yeah, this should work out fairly well. We will unfold the front. And oh wow, that unfolded everything, I think. And I should have, just testing. Yeah, I've got a joint lift and lower on this, which is brilliant. So switch between my equipment, turn on the mower, turn on the baler, and then we will lower front and in, and then it lowers the back, and we're baling. So this, we are going to have to stop on a regular basis in order to empty this baler. But I think this should work fairly well. This setup, I think, will be pretty good for us to get this field turned around quickly. We're already getting a decent number of bales off this field. I'm really quite pleased with how well this is going. I'm just slowly inching forwards because we're so close to another full bale, and there we go. There we are. And we got 1, 2, 3. I think there's a fourth up there, and there's a fifth one hiding behind the tractor there. So this would be our 6th bale here, and that's really good. I mean, that is a brilliant number of bales to be getting off here. It's going to take a while with those bale grabs that we've got on here to transport these, but that's not a huge problem. I'm quite pleased with the equipment we've got here. All in all, very useful set of equipment. I am managing to lift the front and rear tools at the same time, something that I used to not be able to do with my control panel because of the way everything was set up. The joystick is just so much more flexible when it comes to assigning bits and doing multi-button selections. It's really cool like that. Dropping another bale off, and we can head back down. But yeah, I think we're going to end up with a decent number of bales off this field, and as a result, a decent amount more money when we drop everything off. The great thing about using a setup like this, of course, is that we are avoiding, or we are merging 3 stages of this into one. We no longer have to go and row up all of these bales or all of the grass here to make into bales. We're basically just putting what we cut straight into the baler and outputting it. As a result, just the single pass that we'd get from the mower is now all we need, and we're immediately taking it into bales. It's part of the reason why I also like silage baling contracts over hay making contracts. Silage baling contracts have no stage between mowing the grass and baling it in order to have things prepared. All of that is done after you've created the bales, whereas with a haymaking contract, you do have to go round and head the grass after you've cut it. As a result, it makes these type of contracts much more of an all-in-one, and a massive reduction in the number of stages when you're doing them. It makes them quicker, and as a bonus, they are much more profitable as well. The excess bales always sell for far more as silage bales than they ever do as hay bales. Final row, and it looks like this is probably going to be our last bale off here. We will see how much further we get, but yeah, I don't think there's another bale off here. We might be able to actually, if we try and cut around the edges eke one more bale out. We'll see what we've actually got and see how much of the edge grass around this will allow us to cut. 47%. We might just be able to get another bale out of here if we cut around the edges of this to finish things off. I'm quite pleased though. That's a good number of bales. How many bales have we actually got off this field? And let's have a look. We are at 18 bales, so one more, and we'll have 19 bales off here. That is fantastic. And each of these bales is worth a lot of money. So just a single bale, getting an extra bale off this edge and cutting around here, we could very easily end up with like an extra $3,000, I think, based on the size of these bales. So very important to go around the edge, cut whatever you can to maximize what you're getting out of it. And look at that, we are at 90% going around the edge to cut an extra bale off here. And considering that we were below 50% when we started, there we go. That will do the job and should get us done. Yeah, that is not working as I'd hoped, but we can go and select the front, fold it up. We'll select the back as well and fold that up too. Right, we can head back to the yard. We've got 19 bales that we need to wrap, so we'll go and get the actual piece of kit that was given with this contract, bring that up here and see if we can wrap these in such a way that we can get them in an area of the field where it's easy to come and pick them all up. And on my way back, I'm going to have a quick look at how our feeder is doing, our planter is doing, and yeah, look at that, it has almost completed this field. That is fantastic news. How full is she? Oh, she's still got 24% of the seeds left. So yeah, those carrot seeds are gonna last until the end of the field, and that job will be done today. Fantastic. That is all of our crops in the ground. Having dropped the mower and the baler off at the shop and put our Massey Ferguson back, I've now come up here with the little reform tractor, which is an odd little thing. I mean, yeah, this is a weird little thing to have, but this should be more than enough to actually get all of these bales wrapped, and we'll go around the field, wrap everything up. I'm not going to try and put it all in one place. I think we'll just work our way around like this. Drop one off, pick the next one up until we have wrapped all of the bales around here. Drop that one off. Yeah. And get this whole field wrapped up. 19 bales. Don't know how many we're going to have to actually deliver to complete this contract. The contract says 35,300 4K bales, and these are 350,000 litre bales. So only we're going to have about 10 bales to sell. That is going to be absolutely fantastic. That is a huge amount of money that we're going to be able to make off this contract. Well worth doing. As I said, these silage bale contracts always just pay the best. I've managed to work my way across the field rather nicely. We've got a good system going here, and we're down to the last 5-6 bales, I think. It is going to be a case of just putting the bits on the front and the back of this, the bale grabs. At 4 a go, we're looking at doing 5 trips, but it's going to be worth it to do it. Also, our planter has finished, so we'll go and drop that back up off on the farm on our way back. But that's really good news. Means that all we need to do now between now and harvest is to get the fields weeded and to get some nitrogen down on them. So our seeding of the carrots ended up leaving 16% in our seeder. So, wow, it really doesn't take much to plant the carrots or the parsnips. Just 14 liters, less than 14 liters was all it took to plant these. We'll put the seeder over here under the tree. As I said a few times, we are going to have to get a lean-to after this year's harvest once we start selling off the soup again and having that going. As I said a couple of videos ago, I think we're going to do the direct distribution, the direct sales of the soup. We will make less from that. It's going to be, I think it's an average of whatever the current prices are. Which is quite useful because the Elm Creek price being as high as it is going to drag up the price of everything else. So I'm quite happy to be selling it at slightly less than we can get loading it onto the boat all the time. Oh, sorry, onto the train all the time. But I really don't want all the hassle of having to go and take it up there repeatedly, and to be honest, it doesn't make massively interesting videos for me to go and do that either. Okay, so down to the field, and I'm going to work my way from the other end this way. The sell point is down the far end of the map, so it's going to make more sense to do that. We'll unfold the front of this and basically going to use them a little bit like a set of forks. In and down. The visibility in this little tractor is fantastic. Right, and lift that, and then we can reverse and go and grab the second one. Line ourselves up before we go and lower this. This is the tricky bit. This is where I always end up having a problem with these, but yeah, that's working. Oh no, that's not working. Look at that. So our hole for this, that's the thing I want to line up on, and now that I can see it, this should be much easier to do. Right down there, line that up, in it goes, up it goes, and then we fold it, and that's on there. Right, now we need to do the same with the back. So I'll put this into reverse. We will switch over to the rear ones, unfold them, and go with the same procedure. So we can line up here, down with that. The visibility on the back of this is even better than the visibility on the front. That's pretty amazing. So trying to get ourselves into position here might be a bit of fun. Right, we've got the end of the pole there. Get that outside the bale, but close enough. Lower the whole thing down. I can see that I'm not quite going to be in the right position there. That's the one to do first, actually, that outer bale. If we can get that lined up, it's going to make doing the other one much easier. Line this back up. Look, yeah, depth perception again, not a great thing in Farm Sim, but we've got that. Fold that up, and now we'll take all of this and head down to the sell point at the bottom end of the map. And our sell point is down the bottom here. I think it must be this. Right, let's see how much this completes our contract. We will lower both of these down. Okay, lower that one. Then lower the other one. And unfold it. Yep, there goes one. So that's 20% transported. So unfolding this one should take us up to 40. 41, even more. Wow. Okay, so yeah, this is great. That means 9 bales, 10 bales should do it, leaving us with 9 bales that will be for us to sell. That is absolutely awesome. That is going to be a big boost for the farm. This is our third trip now, and this should actually complete the contract, I think. We will drop these off. We actually only have to unfold them. Visibility in first person with this, though, with these on here, is awful. Really, really bad. Let's unfold the front ones then to drop these off, and there we go. Contract is completed, and we made 328 pound off those bales. Let's see if we can, well, see how much we actually get off these back ones now, because this will be our first proper test. We have 9 bales left after the, no, we have 7 bales left after this. So this will be 9 bales in total, and 2,071. That's really good. Not as much as I thought we might get, but that's still way more than the contract details quoted us. So with 2 more loads off this, we're looking at 2, 4, 6. Well, it's about £1,000 per bale, so another 7,000 off here. That is absolutely brilliant. That is going to allow us, I think, to get the bits and pieces we need. We're spending 6,000 a day, though, on the vegetable harvester. Keep that, because we are doing a lease to buy on it. So that will keep certainly that going for another day, and hopefully is going to give us enough to hire the sprayer next time and get some herbicide on our fields. And then eventually, whether we use the sprayer or whether we use the solid fertilizer spreader, that will also give us the ability to get some fertilizer down too. These bale loaders mixed with this little e-form are absolutely brilliant. They are very, very easy to maneuver into position and pick everything up that you want to. Actually, go and get the bale from the far side. In fact, we'll get this bale here and the one from the far side to finish these off. Yeah, it's just so maneuverable to get into position when you need to. And as a result, you can come in at this sort of angle, and with the maneuvers it does, it allows you to then, at the last minute, maneuver yourself into position. I've come in at a fairly extreme angle to try and demonstrate this, of course, and it's made it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, there we go. That pushed it around. I'll go forward a little bit, and then back it up again. This time in the right position. And on it goes, lift it up, and we're sorted. So yeah, this, with this setup, is very, very nice. I think if you're doing a grass setup on small grass setup in Farm Sim, this is absolutely brilliant. So with only 3 bales left in our final load, I decided to load 2 up on the back and 1 up on the front, just to give myself a little bit more visibility. Yeah, on this, we have the cabin on this side, so it just makes that little bit more sense. Now, I've had some variation while I was selling the bales here. Last lot I sold, 1 lot sold for over 2,000 and 1 lot sold for under 2,000. So I'm just going to unfold that. So we got 1,031 for the ones on the front. And so that should be 2,062 for the 2 on the back. And 2,062. I think the price must have gone up just as I was doing the sell-off last time. Because, yeah, it ended up being ever so slightly different between the 2. We're going to take this back to the shop now and hand in the contract. I like to try and hand in the contracts back at the shop, because that's where you pick up the equipment, and therefore I always think, oh, we got a contract office there. So it's really nice, the windy little roads, and the number of roads on this map I remember thinking as I was driving back to the field a moment ago, just how versatile this map is. Starting off, you have got lots and lots of little fields all over the place, separated by these little tracks. And then you can just plow up those tracks and make some monster fields on this map. I mean, just look at where our farm is. You could plow all of these together and are shaped in such a way that you could plow all of these together to make a large field. And then if you want to go really monster in size, you could plow this lot up with this lot and just have this giant field with extra space around it that you can add as well, and just create massive fields. And there are all these areas. So this area here you could make one out of, this area here you could make one out of. Just absolutely massive fields you can create out of all of this, which is brilliant. What is the contract on field 55 that's showing a spade and a fork? Oh, it's weeding. That's the weeding symbol in the contracts, in the better contracts thing. That's pretty cool. But that's a pretty big field and not a lot paying for it. Let's complete the baling contract we've just done though. So 6,045 we're going to add onto the top of the money we've just made. So yeah, much more than it was estimating we would get. Let's collect that. And that takes us up to 19,916. That is perfect. That's going to get us very nicely set up for using the sprayer to get rid of the weeds next time. So with that contract done, we can pretty much close up for the day. There's not much more we can do today. We don't have the kit really to do other contracts. And plus the other contracts aren't really worth it. So we might as well move on to the next day, and we'll pick up here in the next episode. Definitely going to be dealing with those weeds next time. They've been hanging around too long, so it'll be bye-bye to those. But that is not going to take very long, so maybe some more contracts will turn up that we can have a crack at. We are going to be doing a lot of spraying today. I'm hoping very much that it isn't going to cost us too much. I've got a lot of choices in sprayers, and I've been thinking hard about this. My biggest problem is there's not a lot of weight to this tractor up the front, and we'd have to add some weights to it in order to offset one of the backloading sprayers, which means I think that we're going to end up with still a very similar sort of cost if we were to buy one of these sprayers, something like the Cumberland or the Hardy, at 26,500 and 34,500 respectively. We've got 18-meter width on this, and to lease this, that is going to cost us £3,340, but I would have to get a weight on the front of it, so that's going to add a little bit of extra cost. I mean, if we look at a weight that would be comparable, we're going to look at one of the heavier ones. So we're looking at £1.5 grand to buy a weight, or leasing the weight wouldn't be very much, but I don't really want to lease weight. So my thought is, why don't we go for something a little bit bigger and go for the John Deere R732i Power Spray. This is a mod that comes with the Precision Farming Pack, Precision Farming DLC, and I wanted to use it for absolutely ages. Yes, we're spending a little bit more money, but that's not a huge problem, I don't think. So we're going to go with the See and Spray as well. And number plate wise, I think we want to put the same number plate as we have on the small tractor. So that would be ArkAngil's name. So dash ANGIL, I think is the right one. So we'll put their name on, and yes, okay. So that then goes on the back, and yeah, this will then spot spray. The least cost of this, because this is up to 92,000 now, is 4,692. So it is quite expensive, quite pricey, but we do need to do this. And this is why we're going to need to do some contracts. I think we might end up doing some harvesting contracts next time as well, just to sort of make sure we have enough money for our own harvest. Now, we've got two options here for the fertilizer and the herbicides. No difference between them, so I'm going to grab a couple of the helms. In fact, yeah, we'll start with the herbicide. So let's buy that, yes. And yeah, we are already into a position where we're not going to be able to hire any workers for our harvest at all. And saving £1,000 on the lease of our sprayer would not have changed that at all. So we'll hook this up and get this loaded with the herbicide first. I think this sprayer will go quite well with this little tractor. Yeah, that's a nice setup. No issues there at all with that, and that looks absolutely perfect to me. So refill that with the herbicide. I think this will take the entire thing of herbicide as well. So this will leave us with better storage as far as space and everything. Yeah, it's only 59%. So let's head out with this. And of course, you can see either side of our wing mirrors there. We also have the crop sensors. So this sprayer is going to be really good at keeping the amounts down. I'm actually going to start with our far field here, I think. It's the one with the most weeds, and we can slowly work our way back towards the farm and unload any excess herbicide we've got, and we will have some excess herbicide. Of course, the other great thing we've got is we've got the GPS on this tractor. We put GPS on all of our tractors, which is utterly fantastic. So let's turn it on. We will set our first waypoint. So turn you on, set first waypoint. Yeah, there. And we want to make sure we got the spot spraying on. I think that is just works, to be honest. I think there's a very small row of weeds that I've missed at the very edge of the field. It's not going to make, not going to have a massive effect on anything really. Just that it's going to be a little bit annoying in the grand scheme of things. It shouldn't affect really much of any of our stuff. We can then get lined back up on here, and I am loving this sprayer. Working really, really well with our little tractor here. And is this getting the whole field? Yeah, I'm not seeing any weeds at the edge there surviving through this. So yeah, I think we got the perfect width as well. Fantastic. Yeah, as I said, couldn't be happier. This is working absolutely brilliantly. Look at that aerial shot of that. Just weeds disappearing across this field. It's just going to increase our actual environmental score so nicely with this spot and spray. Worth every penny to do it. And just a fantastic setup on here. Now, I am looking at this field. This is the last field we planted, and we don't have much foliage on it at the moment. I think we're probably going to want to wait and get this field sprayed with fertilizer next month in order to have enough of enough foliage for our stuff to work properly. I folded that in there because we've got massive telegraph poles here. So I want to line this up again. And then you can see the foliage on our red beet here is much more prevalent. So we want to get this into a position where we can get this the nitrogen on this. We're expecting this to be ready in 2 months' time. So our red beet is the first stuff we're expecting to do next year. And we want to show lines because we want to move them across. You can see it's a long way off. So I've set this up so that I can move the lines across to the side of the field. And we can line ourselves back up. So once those are in position, in fact, we'll put it straight down the middle of this row here. Then we'll turn them off again. And we'll set ourselves up. We'll turn it on. And we'll get rid of the weeds in our red beet field as well. Now, a great reason for keeping or having the steering axle version of this is I can now turn here, bring this to the edge of the field. You can see it stays straight right up to the edge. We'll turn it off because we don't want to do our other field yet. And then if I keep to the edge here, we can then set it. Oh, if I go the right way. Yeah, there we go. And set it. There we are. And then it should just turn pretty much as a right angle into the crop, line us up, and we can turn it back on. And perfect. Immediately getting rid of the weeds again. We've got one more pass to do, and it looks like this is going to be pretty much the perfect width to do 3 passes on this as well. The 24-meter option was definitely the way to go on this. And for the last section of the field, we'll have a little bit of overlap. I'm not going to rely on the GPS for this. We'll just stay in this row. We're not using any extra herbicide by not reducing the width of this or anything, because it's a spot sprayer, because it's got the see and spray system. It basically is only spraying where it absolutely needs to. You can see we've used hardly any herbicide. We're down to 50% on this, which is fantastic. We're not going to use, I don't think we're going to go below about 48, 49%, especially considering how thin the weeds are on our last field. And with these 2 telegraph poles right at the edge of the field, again, we want to be doing the whole unfolding and setting up here, and then spraying up the field and then down. That way we should miss these telegraph poles, I think. Unfold that. See if it makes the actual width of the field, which I think it will. Oh yeah, we've got a fairly big overlap there. I know in real life you wouldn't sort of drive across the rows like this, because that would be destroying stuff, very nicely destroying stuff. But we need to maneuver it like that for now. There we are. And then because we're on a new row, we need to reset our starting position. Head forwards. Turn this on. And yeah, this is not going to spray very many along here. That's set our route. And away we go. And the last field of weeds we need to sort will soon be sorted. You can see again that this field has not grown much. The parsnips we've got in here are still very young and very low. So I think today we are just going to spray the red beet. That way we know that we are doing well with foliage on that. We can then spray these remaining 2 fields next time. Loading fertilizer onto the tops of the herbicide is not something I really want to do anyway. We do have a small issue here in that we're going to have to turn a little bit early. And even then, we're not going to avoid it. So turn it off. We'll have to fold in these here. Avoid this pole. And then fold things out again once we got past it. Yeah, sometimes there is a little bit of fiddliness around that. And then once we're back in position, we can head straight back up the field. Turn it on. And away we go again. And that will be a nice weed-free farm. And there we are at the end. Yeah, that will do. There's no weeds up at this point, so we're all good. Yeah, nothing we've missed. I'm thinking about it, actually. We're spot spraying, so we're only spraying those points where there are actual weeds. As a result, I think we should be all right to put fertilizer on here today. And we do have foliage. We do have plants, so it can sense how much they need. So we'll fold that in. We'll go and unload this herbicide down at the farm because it's only 10:15. So we can very quickly go around and do all this again. And as we've already got the GPS set up for that field there, what I'm thinking is we'll unload this, load up the fertilizer we still have down at the shop. Unload this here. Like that. We can immediately head down the shop, grab the fertilizer, and do these fields as well. And we will turn on the sensors. That way, they should have an effect, and we should maximize our nitrogen for these plants. Back to the same place again, and set our GPS so that we're into place. Unfold, and now we're dealing with the nitrogen. We want to turn on the crop sensors, so we'll get those turned on. Those should be a little bit more accurate now. And yeah, let's see how quickly this 2,000 liters of fertilizer gets used up. That is fairly fast. We're only half full. We don't have enough money to buy more without borrowing money, and I'm quite pleased that I've managed to avoid that so far. Look at that. That is 190 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare that we are putting on this field. That is a massive amount. I'm coming up to the end of the parsnips, and yeah, that is, I think, a total of 400, more than 450 liters that we've ended up using on that. And I'm trying not to overlap too much to the next field. There we go. Yeah, 456 liters we used on that. So we should be fine, actually. Our 3 fields, I think we're going to be okay. If we're only using about a third of what we had on that first field, then we're going to be absolutely fine. Right, let's line this up then and do the red beet. Be interesting to see how the red beet works with this, and whether I'm far enough over. Yes, easily far enough over. Nice little bit of an overlap on this field. That is not the end of the world. That's actually a good thing, because we know we have some overlap on this anyway. And bring that to there. Set our first waypoint. Turn it on. And away we go. And yeah, this is going to use a similar kind of amount. We're doing a lot lower fertilizing on the silty clay here. It requires a lot lower level of nitrogen, which can be quite useful to us in that we're not going to use quite as much on this field. In fact, it's using about 40 to 50 kilograms of nitrogen less. And this last row is again going to be slightly lower in the amount it uses because we've got less width. Also, we've got an area here. Don't quite know what happened, but a little bit got missed and we got a bare patch in the field. Happens in real life as well. You sometimes get bare patches, but that looks like that didn't actually get seeded, unfortunately. which is not good. We really want to be maximizing how much of our crop is in the field as we can. Into the final field, and similarly we're putting 145 kilograms per hectare into this rather than the 190. It'll be different down the far end. We've got loam at the far end, and that will take a lot more, but we'll also get a higher yield off the far end of this field than we will off field 52. So it kind of evens out. We're spending more money to get a much higher yield, and that is pretty much perfect. So good with the width of this. It reaches right across this field. I think it's got a little bit short on the side, but the reach beyond the edge actually means that it's able to fully do the field, as you can see in the bottom left hand corner with that map. So I'm very pleased with this. This sprayer has been exactly what we needed on here. Works really well with this tractor, and we didn't have to fiddle about with any weights or anything on the front. Yeah, I'm happy to have spent the extra 1,000 to get it, and to be honest, it's not going to make that big a difference to us in the long run. We're looking at being able to buy this sprayer after this year's harvest, so that will be good, and we can go from there. Still a way off buying our harvester though. And we're all done for this field. Right, let's turn it off, fold it up. We will deactivate GPS. And yeah, we've got 665 litres left. Can we claw back some of our cost with a fertilizing contract then? We've got field 80 and field 8. Field 80 is the bigger one, and that is up the top here. Looks like that actually is a field of cotton. So judging that by the size of our other fields here, we should have the fertilizer to do that. Field 8 is up here. So field 8 is there. And yeah, that again is a similar size. So I think we've got enough to do one of them. And field 80 is going to pay us more. So let's pop down here. If we have more than half left, or even if we have half left, judging by this, that will be the best way to go. So accept that contract, and we'll go and see if we can earn a little bit of money and get things going again. Then, as we go into the afternoon, it might be time to have a look at a harvesting contract and see if we can earn a bit of extra cash that way too. So field 80 is this field just here next to us. Is that cotton? I think that might be cotton. It's certainly not cotton at a stage where it's anywhere near harvesting. We should have plenty of space to turn around on here. Lots of really big fields that can be created up here. I was watching with interest well, DJ's probably got several of them out by now, but I'm recording this on Wednesday, and DJ has a new series out which is basically turning all of this map into huge fields and then fertilizing and planting and harvesting them, and yeah, looks to be awesome. So I'd go check that out. I mean, if you're not watching DJ Goham stuff already, or you don't know who he is, then yeah, I can't help you there. But yeah, DJ's got a crazy series, which I was talking about only in Thursday's video, which I actually recorded yesterday, which makes everything confusing. But yeah, he's got a really good series about that. And I was talking, as I said, talking exactly about that, and the difference, how different this map and how versatile this map is. So yeah, go check that out, because I think that will be an interesting experiment to show exactly what I was talking about last video. This is gonna be a very quick contract. We're already on our second row, nearly halfway through the field. And yeah, we must be more than halfway through the contract at this point. We have gone through 200 liters of fertilizer, though, interestingly. So that's quite a big amount to be getting through. If we go through that much, I don't think we're going to have enough to do the second contract, unfortunately. So we'll have to go and have a look at something else. And with a few harvesting contracts already popping up, those are gonna be our best bets to make a decent amount of cash today. Contract is all done. I am just gonna actually complete the spraying for the farmer on this field. I know that wastes a little bit, but only fair. We're here and it's not a huge field. So that is 290 liters left. So what is the size of this? 1.30 versus 0.90. I think we're gonna run out of fertilizer before we do it. It's 6,000. I'm gonna risk it. I think we might be able to get that contract done with what we've got in here. I think it'll be close, but I think it's doable. On my way over to field 8, and I think field 25 here, this is one of the contracts that's kicking about. So it's not a huge harvesting contract that's about. We might be able to knock one of those out in this afternoon. If not, I think, you know what, I think today is going to be a lot about trying to get this spraying done, and maybe having a slightly shorter day for that. Getting ourselves to a level where we can actually make enough to get us through to the next day. We don't need a hired worker to do regular harvesting contracts. What we do need a hired worker for, though, is to do our own contract. So we're going to be looking to make a load of money next game day to make sure that we can have the harvester, and that we have the harvester long enough to get through our own harvest. Let's unfold this. It's quite an expensive thing, actually, keeping that harvester about, but it makes sense simply because what we want is to have the harvester to eventually buy it. And if we have a look at this harvester, the purchase price of it at the moment is 551,000. The initial purchase price of it is 637. So we've almost paid off, because we're on lease to buy. We've almost paid off 100,000 on it, which is quite cool. Oh, I need to actually accept the contract. That would be a really good start. Let's turn this on. I am going to set my first waypoint. That should be behind me somewhere now. No. There we go. That is behind me somewhere. And away we go. And here's to hoping the fertilizer holds out. Again, the reach of this sprayer is helping us a lot here. We are definitely going to have enough to get to the far end of this field. Whether that is going to be enough to do it, we're 83% complete. So this is really hopeful here. Can this make this to the end of this field? Please let this make this to the end of this field. By 58, 56, 52. Well, that has not completed it. But I do have to fold up the sprayer to make it to the remainder of this field. Oh, just 50 liters left in this sprayer, but not a huge amount of field to go. We've got just this little section along the side. So turn the sprayer on, and it's only spraying a little bit at the moment. What I love about precision spraying is that you don't need to turn sections off And I think that's done it. I think we have... Yep, there we go. We are at 100% done. And down to the last 34 litres. We definitely can't do any more spraying contracts today. But that has completed both those contracts. So field 8 complete. Let's collect that one. And field 80 complete. Let's collect that one. That means we've used up all our fertilizer, which is fantastic. And we've got up to 6,346 on our income, which is brilliant. That should see us through to the next day. We, of course, do have this sprayer now as a lease to buy, so that is gonna hit our money as well. Interestingly, there are 2 baling contracts, and they're quite an odd pair. So we've got field 12 baling. Both of them are hay contracts, so we could take both of them. This one here has the double windrower, which would be really nice to use. And a wider tether with only 116. This one has no tether at all attached to it. In fact, no. So this is a really weird contract. I think 64. So 64 is for hay bales, but doesn't give you hay baling equipment. It gives you silage making equipment, which is very, very odd. There's a bit of an oddity there. So what I'm going to do is we're going to borrow items for this contract. And we are also going to accept the contract for that one. And I think using this tractor, we can set up a little bit of a follow me and get us enough money to get us through to our own harvest. That way, whenever we end up doing next time as a possible harvest for regular crops, we will be able to make a whole load of money on. Right, let's head over to the shop. Let's get a bit of a convoy going. If we have a mower in front and a tether behind, I think we could then do a the windrower and that, and just get through both of these fields really quickly. So I'm going to put the tether on this tractor, and that can follow behind the Voltra. We'll drive for the first bit. This could work really, really well. This is the last row that we need to cut for here. We just need a little bit of tidying up at the top end. One thing I haven't pointed out on this map so far, I don't think I'm even pointed out in my initial first look of it, is how seamlessly the edge of the map just merges in with everything else. We've got the edge of the map ahead of us there, and you wouldn't know. Look at that. Hired workers work for tedding hay. That's fantastic. And I'm a little bit late to the party on that, but that is so cool. So let's unfold this. And once this is unfolded, we can turn it on. I'm going to try and make this about as fluid as I can. Put the follow on. So we've got a hired worker in there. Yep. And we can just go up and down this field and create the bales. Because what I could do now is bring these bale loaders down to here and start collecting up some of the very large number of bales that we've got. Like last time, all these bales are headed to the farmer's market, and the real telltale here will be which contractor these go towards completing. Field 64, and that's just under 20% from 2 bales. That actually is really, really good. This lot should complete field 64. Yep, there we go. And in fact, wow, has transported 14% for field 12 as well. Field 64 is clear, and we've got a single bale from that field that was left over on the front here. Didn't quite finish it with the last 4 from there. So we'll bring this in. We'll unfold all of these. This finishes field 12 as well. And we got 1,412 from what I think was the other 3 bales sold. So we're going to make a nice little bit extra. I think we still have a couple of trips to do off that field. But all in all, we're in a good place. I am very happy. We've got enough money to make it through the night to the next day. I'm going to go and clear the remaining bales off this field, get us a little bit more money in. But for now, I think this is probably a pretty good place to end it. So all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.